morning and welcome to Stratos Lake, the home of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation's Europe and Africa U14, U17 Youth European Championships. My name is Tony Leifert, and we are here to go through the remaining elimination round events. It is Fly Day Friday, yes indeed. Every single event is going to be a jump event, starting off with the U14 girls and then working our way all the way through to U17 boys. And there are a number of events in between the start, which is going to be within about the next few minutes, and all the way to the end sometime in the early part of this evening. There you see our Stratos Lake. It's broken off into two sections since they completed construction and renovations of this lake over the last few seasons. You see the newer part of the construction, which basically separates the tournament arena from the rest of the lake, and the lake itself is fed by the Achilles River, and it's also fed by a reservoir as well, the Kostraki Reservoir, the large expanse of water that you saw just before we started our flight in towards Stratos Lake. So for those of you that want a little bit of history around this area, there is plenty to choose from. Like, according to Greek mythology, the ancient city of Agrinio, which is where we're located next to, was founded by King Agrios around about the time of 1600 to 1100 BC, so a very, very long time ago. And its official emblem features Heracles, which is basically the Greek version of Hercules, the Roman god. And fighting, it shows the Heracles fighting the river god Achilles to win the hand of Delanara. So, this area, highly agricultural, plenty of water to serve the immediate agricultural needs of this area. Used to be a huge tobacco hub in the 19th and 20th centuries. And with that information in mind, let's have a look at our schedule. U14 girls jump series 2-1, U14 boys jump series 3-1. And U17 girls jumps and U17 boys jumps. Now the amount of people that will qualify for the finals is going to be a little bit different, because the very first event, the U14 girls, will have 8 competitors advance through to that respective final. Then we go on to U14 boys, where the full complement of 12 skiers will advance through to that final. Then we would move on to U17 girls, where 10 will advance through to the next round. And then U17 boys is stacked with jumpers, so we're going to go with the full complement of 12. So it's 8, 12, 10, 12 in that order. The prelims for the first event features an 8-person final round elimination. So that will take place first. It's a U14 girls. So as you've got a little bit of time, you can grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage and get ready to watch some jumping. It is Fly Day Friday, right here at the U26 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. And when we return, it will be our first event. It will be the jump in U14 girls, coming right up after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
All right, then, the boat making its way up and down. Simulation passes for our first category of competition today. It's U14 Girls Series 2 jumps, and we'll have 5 competitors there in that category. Ricardo Botas, who's probably more at home driving slalom than he is jump. But here's our running order. Agnieszka Vernatovic, Yula Boyka, Irina Stavropoulou, Tia Ballon, and Zuzana Topolewski. 5 competitors, 2 of them from Poland, 1 from Belarus, 1 from Greece, and 1 from France. And then the next series of jumps will actually feature 10 competitors, and we'll be sending 8 skiers through to the final round in this section of the competition. So we'll see who those 8 will be. Certainly had some great competitive action yesterday, topped off by Maria Popova, knocking down a score of 66.30 points to keep her a nose in front in the overall, in the U17 girls overall. Speaking about that, she is in the lead, but not by much. There's about a 30-point difference between her and Yezvalita Nyotskaya, who's in second place for Belarus. So there's that there's that battle between Ukraine and Belarus starting to brew a little bit there, with Melitine Morel still very much in the picture in third spot. She has a spot in all three event finals. So too does Yezvalita Nayotskaya and Maria Popova. And for those individuals, they're looking to try and get all of the markers necessary in order to stay competitive with the girls U17 jumps, and we'll pick up the action from that event a little bit later on in the broadcast. Skier on the water is Agnieszka Bernatowicz. Trying my best to pronounce that last name in various different ways, and hopefully one of them will stick. So Agnieszka has 3 jumps at her disposal. I wouldn't imagine that this is going to be amazingly far, but we'll see what she has in store for us. But have been surprised before by early competitors in the seedings, especially from the likes of Unia Boyka, who is in contention for the overall in the girls' competition. Currently lying in 6th overall, but there isn't that much of a gap between herself and getting her through into the top 3 positions. But that's another story for another time. Agnieszka Bernatowicz up and over. And that was the first jump, and that's the first fall of the day. In this event, it's 3 jumps for each competitor. Longest score carries. And we'll give you the distance in both metric and feet. We give those feet to grant our brethren across the pond a better understanding on what the distances are in that measurement system. But the system that pretty much 90% of everyone here that understands a metric more than feet and inches. Just getting a little bit twisted in the air and a little bit back on the skis. So Agnieszka Bernatowicz, I'm going to go along with that. Bernatowicz from Poland. 2 jumps remaining. This, when she makes the turn and the boat straightens up, she's going to line up against that 4-foot high ramp. It is at 1.35 meters high, which is 4 feet high. At 42 kilometers, which is about 24 miles an hour. Letter A, like that matters. And she lands and rides it out. So, looking good there with jump number 2. We'll get the distance coming through shortly. We're using Splash Eye to calculate the distances. Hopefully we've got the nearer grid activated. And it is 11.9. Or 39 feet. 11.9. So in the under 14 girls, Agnieszka Bernard Talvik is currently lying in 13th overall, and she can move up a little bit higher if she gets a further distance. She's currently in a bit of a battle with Julia Lacroix of France for the 12th spot in the girls U14 overall. Up and over. Oh, and she was just a split second away from being able to ride that out on one jump ski, but a one and only distance is 11.9. Taking a fall on the last jump, and we'll have a look at that before we go on to our next competitor. That's after we raise the ramp up from 1.35 meters high to 1.5 meters high. The boat should be on its way out towards the jump to make that happen. But in the meantime, Unia Boyka getting ready to go and looking at this jump from Agnieszka. Bernard Talvik, she's okay. She indicates to that end. And Agnieszka Bernard Talvik from Poland ends off her set. Okay, from what I understand, the ramp is remotely operated, so far as raising and lowering the height of the front end in relation to the water. All right, here we go. We have got Unia Boyka getting ready to go. But I think just as a precautionary measure, we're going to go out to the ramp to make sure that the surface is exactly 5 foot high. And whilst we do that, we're going to step aside, and by the time we come back, Unia Boyka should be on her way in for jump number 1. We'll be back.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, then, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this event, the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. We've already had one skier recording a distance of 11.9 meters on the lower ramp of 4 foot high, or 1.35 meters tall. But now the ramp returns to some modicum of normalcy, with the ramp being at 5 foot high, or 1.50 meters. And the ramp will stay at 1.50 meters high all the way through to the end of Series 1. So no movement on the ramp here. And going extremely early there on the jump number 1, and almost biffing it out the front as a result. We're going to see how far across the ramp she actually took off from on the left-hand side. She turns in. This is Yunia Boyka from Belarus. There you go. Once that left ski goes on the left-hand side of the ramp, it becomes very, very unstable, especially when you try to kick it, which she did. But thankfully enough, she has enough experience to counteract that and go for a softer jump there. But 20.1 meters, 20.1. That is almost double the distance of our first competitor. But I would imagine that Yunia Boyka has far greater experience hitting the ramp, and is probably a little bit older to boot as well. So, Yunia Boyka, who has practiced here for at least 1 or 2 sets, and during those sets, the boat guides for the slalom course were still in place, and so too was one of the turn buoys, which actually obstructed the skiers during those practice runs. But those buoys have been cleared. The boat's sounding a little bit weird, though, I do have to say. I think, I don't know whether she's decided to go with RTB or disabled the RTB function on that towboat, but she's definitely taken a poke at it. Now, return to baseline, which is RTB, is normally used for beginning level jumpers that don't take a poke at the ramp nearly as hard as Yunia Boyka does. And still coming off the left-hand side now. We'll see how she reworks her timing a little bit here. And from this position, you can see how early she is. She's already starting to ease off her edge just to make it onto the ramp surface. And there are a number of ways to correct that problem. Maybe instead of doing the boat path of split, maybe go +2 wide of split. That means that she would have to edge significantly harder off the second weight to get onto the jump. Or the immediate remedy is quite simple. Go later. Here we go. This is Yunia Boyka at 42 kilometers an hour, which is about 25 miles an hour for those of you that are trying to calculate between metric and imperial speeds. But landing all 3 jumps there, that is Yunia Boyka. A lot of noise being generated around the side. You know what that means. Yes, the home a home athlete is about to take to the water, and looks like 21.2 on the last jump. So 21.3 is Yunia Boyka's best jump distance, and I don't know whether she actually attacked the ramp any later on this one, but still came off very, very close to the left-hand side as our drone camera followed her towards the ramp, and we'll get an idea of maybe of how late she was. Hardly late at all, as she had a better view of the left-hand side curtain than she did the ramp surface. But it's a decent effort anyway. Yunia Boyka trying to move her way a little bit higher in the overall competition, and we'll see if she can secure a marker on the basis of the U14 girls jumping competition, because certainly if you have a finals appearance earmarked in all three events, and that gives you full control on what you could potentially do in the overall competition. All right there, so this is Irene Stavropoulou. Okay, here we go. We've got Irene Stavropoulou. On letter J. Getting a little twisted in the air, but managing to land and ride that one out there. Irene Stavropoulou. Irene Stavropoulou, who's currently in 11th place overall, is about 40 points behind the next highest overall contender, who is Tia Ballon. And just out of pure coincidence, Tia Ballon is going to be our next jumper after we've seen Irene get through the three jumps that she has at her disposal. It is 16.1 meters, 16.1. Which is about a 50-foot jump. There is the current top three right now, with Stavropoulou leaping into a second spot right now. Just keeping some close tabs here, and I wonder if she's going to be bold enough to go for a three-quarter cut here. Nope. She looks like she's going to iron up the jump once more from the point of view of a single weight cut. Ah, nice. Nicely done there. I reckon that one is going to be closer to 20 meters. Probably won't be enough to unseat Yunia Boyka right now, who has 21.3 meters to her credit. The distance coming through, this should be about 17.5 meters. It's definitely closer to 20, but not quite over that threshold quite yet. Starts her edge and kind of had to back off a little bit, because she realized that if she kept that edge going, she'll be off the left-hand side of the ramp. Not a desirable set of circumstances. So Irene Stavropoulou Okay, here we go. Coming on in. Irene Stavropoulos on letter J, probably an RTB. Whoa, and again a little bit squirrely there. Now, she took a late approach on that one. Her helmet just came off, and she's looking around for it. So 0 score on jump number 3 now. Now, because we have the benefit of that drone shot, we're going to see pretty much how late she was on jump number 3. Taking a pretty late poke there on jump number 3 on those Conley Concept jump skis circa late 1980s. Oh, and again a little bit spun out in the air there on the backs of those skis. And I think she hit the bottom right-hand corner, at least judging by that angle. So she was quite literally living on the edge. As we now move on to a competitor who's currently in 10th place overall. It's Tia Ballon. Now these overall scores and prognostications are based upon the 2-event overall so far. These are based upon the overall how it shapes up after the second event was completed as of yesterday afternoon. Tia Ballon herself has a little ways to go before she moves into the ninth spot in the overall. But if there's one event where she could exact that kind of change, it's this one. Tia Ballon from France. Here she comes. At 42K, about 23 mile an hour. Letter A. Boat path split, and she took a while to get up and over on that one. All right, we're going to get the jump distance. Crushing on that jump there, and the distance should be into double digits, barely. 10 meters exactly. Yeah, that came from the ambient mic. I think. Okay, let's see if she can hold her edge a little bit longer through the jump there instead of twisting in the air. And that is one of the techniques that one would utilize in order to gain better jump distance off a single cut. As you start to work your way and you start to work your confidence a little bit and segue into longer jump distances, there are certain basic techniques that one has to implement, and trying to edge across the jump from bottom right to top left is certainly one of them. 10.2. .2 meters, the same foot distance as a previous jump of 10.0, but a 1 foot differential in distance can cover up to about 3 separate scores in the metric system, which is why we're more inclined to use the metric system than feet and inches for many seasons, including this one. All right, here we go. This is Tia Ballon now. Ah, yes, nicely done there with that third and last attempt as she skis into the dock there. And just a quick reminder for those of you out there that want to interact here with the webcast, you can go to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe and be a part of the live chat, and also receive notifications as to the next time that we will be on live. There's Candido there at the starting dock, passing over the specs for each jumper: boat speed, boat path, and RTB, whether it's to be utilized or not. And that is a Tia Ballon. Jump distance for her should be into the double digits, at least so far as the meters are concerned. 10.6 meters. Okay, so 10.6. That currently puts her in 4th place after 4 competitors. Still in the lead with 21.3 meters is Unia Bojka. And our final Polish athlete in this Series 2 jumps is on her way, Zuzanna Topolewski. Already have one question being raised. When is Boys Jump U14? Well, I'm so glad that you asked, because that is going to be the very next event after the conclusion of this one. Under 14, the boys Series 3 jumps, then Series 2, then Series 1 in that order, and we qualify 12 skiers through to the final round of the competition. All right there, Zuzanna Topolewski, or Topolewska. All right, here we go, 3/4 cut. Watch out, folks. Skiing at about 28 miles an hour, and decent approach there, and one of only 2 competitors to have employed the 3/4 cut, the other one being our lead skier, Unia Bojka, who produced a jump of 21.3 meters on her middle jump. And Zuzanna Topolewska looking good for a significant distance on jump number 1, 18.2 meters, 18.2, the equivalent of 60 feet. Hitting the ramp and certainly needing to keep her edges a little bit more directly away from the boat to take advantage of the ramp surface, and maybe get a little bit more in terms of height. right there, second jump on its way. Susanna Topoluska turns in on letter A, and the boat sounds like the RTB has been turned off, which means a more aggressive approach can be accommodated for with that setting. So Susanna Topoluska, we're going to get the distance for her very, very soon, but I'm sure that a Polish contingent of our crowd will be getting behind her. All right, their distance coming through, 18.8 meters or 62 feet. Looking comfortable with these jumps here, and hitting the ramp somewhere in the bottom middle. Here we are at the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Coming in, jump number 3. Taking in a lot of speed there, and quite a bit of push from the boat as well. So 18.8 there on the jump number 2. The third and last one is going to be within about a meter, I would say, of that distance. Just looking a little untidy off the jump there, but 17.8 it is. So our best jump is 18.8. So that concludes Series 2 jumps. We have 10 more competitors to go in the under 14 girls that form part of Series 1. So we're not at the point where we could potentially put skiers into the 8-person jump final. We'd need to be at least 2 skiers deep into Series 1 for that to happen. Not a bad effort all the way through. And now we've got Julia Lacaroux from France. Now we're definitely going to step things up a little bit here with the next series of jumps. Now, so far as an immediate target, certainly anything more than 21.3 is going to be a good start. So taking the lead would help, but Julia Lacaroux knows that with the quality of skiers to come, that a distance of just merely beating 21.3 isn't going to cut it. So we'll see how things shape up for Julia Lacaroux. Now, Julia Lacaroux, in terms of the girls' overall in U14s, is currently in
it's crazy, 16 meters. How do they want me to calculate 16 meters? Yeah, that's 1 meter from the boys.
currently in 12th place overall. And Julia Lacaroux looking to try and fend off a challenge from the likes of Agnieszka Bernard-Talvik, who's currently in 13th place overall by less than 4 points separating those two competitors. So it's going to be a bit of a battle, and And they're trying to unseat Irene Stavropoulos as well, who's currently in 11th in the overall competition. About 150 points separating 11th from 12th. Yulia Lacaru knocking down a first jump distance of 13.8. But now she's secured a score. Now, if she harbors any kind of ambition to maybe make an appearance in the jump-in final, then she's got to dig a jump out from somewhere that would inevitably challenge at least two or three out of the remaining jumpers. All right, here she comes. This is Yulia Lacaru on letter C. Still going with the single cut. Good jump there. Nice and easy. Nothing overly stressful. Okay, it's going to be a similar distance. It is 13.7. So. Yeah, but some wonderful, never seen before pictures of tournament water ski competition being produced here by our drone pilot Connor Pesek. Here we go now. This is Yulia Lacaru. Oh, nicely done there with that last jump. That could well break into the 14-meter realm. She certainly came in with a little bit more heat, a little bit more speed. Is that going to represent a change in distance, a change in her fortunes? It's probably a little bit too much to ask for her to be jumping over 20 meters at this stage, and the jump distance is about to be revealed to the tune of 14.4 meters. 14.4 meters for Yulia Lacaru. Next up is Ali Hansen, who is the first of our competitors that we're highlighting that is in the top 10 in the overall battles. Aside from Tia Ballon, that is. Ali Hansen currently in 8th place overall and is about 100 points away, less than 100 points from out of 7th overall, which is currently held by Katerina Wienerreuter, who herself is about 15 points away from Unia Boyka, who currently occupies position number 6 in the overall. And like the differential between these competitors from about 7th, 7, 6, 5, 4. I mean, there's about less than 300 overall points separating positions 8 through to 4. And then you get into the top 3, where there is a similar differentials between some of those competitors. So the girls overall is shaping up to be a titanic battle in the U14s. Ellie Hansen Looks like she's going to take a single cut. On letter A, taken. Oh, I like the landing. So Ellie Hansen continuing on with the fly day Friday. Hashtag it. Clip some of these jumps. Hashtag it fly day Friday. And let's get the word out. 11.3 meters. 11.3 meters. All right then, a good crowd here. We've got from a good contingent of folks from Sweden joining in the action here. And they're cheering on their skier, Ellie Hansen. Let's have a look and see what she does at 42 kilometers. Oh, nice landing again. She's gotten that one down. There's about only one other person in the world, or at least within the last few tournaments, that lands with such great precision, and that guy is Craig Tim, who competed at the USA Adaptive Water Ski Nationals just a few days ago, and he lands in more or less a similar fashion. No butt check, no nothing. No drama. Coming off the jump. Stands up, 12.4 meters, nicely done. So looking at her edge across the jump here, well, not so much across the jump, edging to the ramp and then letting the boat do the rest, which is more or less the technique that she employs here. And this is going to help us set the target here with 12.4 meters now. If the lead doesn't change with Ellie Hansen on the strength of her last jump, which I don't think it will, but it therefore means that 21.3 meters from our current leader is the lead score. And a little bit untidy with that jump, however, but it could actually mean that she was pushing for more distance, so the landings would have not been particularly graceful. The jump distance coming up, and it is going to be a similar jump distance, I believe. It is 12.5 meters, which means that the lead score from our skier from Belarus, Yunia Boyka, of 21.3 is the target. Anything more than that, and that qualifies any of our remaining 8 skiers through to the next round of competitive action. So, with that in mind, Isabella Neal will be our next jumper to come. She'll be third off the dock in this 10-skier series 2. Ooh, little bit of a butt check there upon the landing, but she knows exactly where she is in regards to that. All right there, Isabella Neal. Isabella Neal, who could definitely do with some distance because she's lying in 14th place overall. Her trick's kind of letting her down a little bit so far, but we'll see how much she can pull back. Isabella Neal, who hasn't put down a competitive jump score so far this season, at least according to the information that I have. And Isabella Neal landing that jump distance. All right there, so Isabella Neal will get the jump distance for her very, very soon. Shouldn't be terribly far, but it is a score. It is 10.1 meters, 10.1. So, which is the equivalent of 33 feet there for Isabella Neal. All right, the boat makes its way round the turning area. Isabella Neal, who comes to us from Malmesbury. And like I've mentioned, she hasn't had that many competitive jump sets this season, although the one score I've been able to pluck out of all of the information sources that are available to me has been 10 meters. She did that twice. And at the Malibu Multi, she jumped 11.3 meters there. And the distance is a little lower this time. It is 9.8 meters. 9.8. So now let's see if she has anything left in the tank here. Third and last jump. Now, if this next jump does not exceed 21.3 meters, then that means that Unia Boyka has a tick next to her name as one of the 8 skiers making an appearance in the jump final.
It suddenly will start asking. Yeah. Because we are getting less and less jumpers, and if they don't see people jumping, nobody will want to go over the ramp.
So Unia Boyka is currently in pole position right now with 21.3. Can anything that Isabella Neal can do? There you go. There you go. Good looking jump there, but it therefore means that the Unia Boyka has a pathway through to the girls' jumping final. And the distance coming through any moment now there for Isabella Neal from Great Britain. It is 10.6 meters, 10.6 meters there for her. $10.5 meters, I beg your pardon, 10.5 meters. So 10.1, 9.8, and 10.5 in successive jumps there. Nothing that was going to worry Unia Boyka. But Unia Boyka, who is currently in 6th place overall, just a few points behind Elektra Toima. And Elektra Toima is yet to ski herself. So there's that battle among the positions coming up towards the podium. So now this is Ali Hansen. So let's have a look and see what the revised target is. Therefore means that Zuzana Topolewski from Poland could well be in through to the next round of the competition based upon her best jump distance of 18.8 meters.
Yeah. And then you maintain it down. And then in a while it will pop up. Okay, it was clear, huh?
So this is Karina Bonadareva taking a really hard stab at the jump there, and that is some aggression going forwards there. Might be a little bit inspired by some of the technique that was exhibited by one Maria Popova in the U17 Championship of the World, which took place in Argentina earlier on this season, and you can re-watch those championships once again on TWBC's YouTube channel. Oh, that left ski looked a little bit suspect there, with a lot of pressure being put against that ski. There we go. That is 16.2 meters, 16.2. Now, she could maybe make it through to the jump final if with either of the remaining two jumps she is able to pop off something in the realm of 18.8 meters or beyond. Now, if it is 18.8 meters, then that complicates matters, because we would have a multiple way tie with one with that jump distance, and that could potentially invoke a jump off unless some things happen to prevent that. All right then, now she's getting down to business here. Karina Bonadareva looking good for a 3/4 cut there. Now this is an early approach here. All right, nicely done. That should be enough to see her through to the next round. If it's anything over 18.8 meters, that will do the trick. Oh my word, the distance coming through, this is incredibly tight, folks. The distance that is going to be revealed is 18.1. So she's almost there. She is at the door right now, at the threshold of maybe making it through to the next round of the competition. But she needs another 0.8 of a meter to do it. Right there, turning round the east side of this Stratos Lake Arena. Let's have a look and see what we've got on jump number 3. needing about 0.8 of a meter more to secure a spot through to the next round. Karina Bonadariva. She had the speed and she had a decent amount of height to carry. And she skis into the dock there and equipped with the arm sling, which is designed to do one thing and one thing only, that is to transfer the immense pull of the towboat from the shoulders to the waist, which is a far more stable way of actually jumping, and safer as well to boot. The distance should be coming through. It's 18.4 meters, and two things I got to say about that. One, it puts in Zuzana Topaluska through to the next round of the competition. And secondly, she has established the breakthrough score of 18.4. So in order for our remaining skiers to make it through to the jump final, each of them has got to at least produce a score of 18.5 or above. All right, then, to that end, our next competitor on the water is going to be Lara Cosgrove. Okay, so what does she have to work with coming into this elimination round of jumps? Well, her best jump coming into these championships is 17.7 meters. She needs a whole meter above that and then some to qualify to ski in the jump final. Here she comes. Lara Cosgrove taking a fairly relaxed approach on that opening jump there, but I'm sure that she can see if she can unleash the beast, as it were. Lara Cosgrove, the distance coming through any moment now. This should be about 14 meters. Indeed it is. About 14.3 meters as the score is revealed. So Lara Cosgrove, she needs now a distance in excess of 18.4 meters to qualify herself to ski in the U14 girls jump final. So we'll keep an eye on Lara Cosgrove as we follow behind her with the drone shot, and we'll see if she can take a later approach here. She's eyeing up the right-hand wake, and she's going to go with a three-quarter cut here. She's going for the gusto now. Coming in, jump number 2. Little bit of a soft approach off the turn through the wakes, and that jump is going to be further. The question is by how much? Her best jump this season, I believe, is about 17.7 meters, so needing to bridge that gap with a jump distance closer to 18.5 meters. Oh, it is. Oh, it's going to come through, and the distance is closer, but not close enough. There you go. This is a 17.3 meters, 17.3. I've got no time for... All right there, so looking at that jump there from Lara Cosgrove, and 17.3 meters she produced on that jump distance. Now, let's see what she can do here. Keep edging all the way through, up, and taking some good lift there. Now needing a whole meter and then some to maybe get her way through into the jump final. There are overall championship implications, of course, and the distance will be revealed up on your screen. It is a 17.6. It is her best jump. But now what that does is it does two things. It means that with 18.4 meters, Karina Bonadariva has made it through to the jump final with 18.4 meters. But it also establishes a new cut line with 17.6 meters. So while she was not able to make it into the jump final immediately, that cut line of 17.6 looms large for any competitor that takes to the water from here on out. So the first of those competitors is going to be from Belarus. It is going to be Maria Vernikoshkaya. All right, so skiers that are through to the next round of the competition, I count 3 of them with 5 scores remaining to be gleaned. We've got Yunia Boyka with 21.3 meters, then Zuzana Topaluska with 18.8, and Karina Bonadariva of Ukraine with 18.4. The cut line now is 17.3 meters. Oh my word! And Maria Vernikoshkaya is going to mean business here. Turns towards the jump, edges through, and that should be over 20 meters, I would say. And being that as it may, it should be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. We'll get a confirmed distance momentarily, but Maria Vernikoshkaya should be coming through with a distance very, very soon, and it is a distance that is going to be revealed up on your screen momentarily. The distance is 23.2 meters, 23.2. That vaults her into the lead. And actually, so far as the girls overall is concerned, that might provide a little bit more in the way of breathing room. So far as the under 14 girls competition is concerned, where she is in the current lead right now with by less than 100 points differential between herself and Emily Bettman of Austria. And Emily Bettman is actually our last competitor, so she's the #1 seed. So trying to keep the gap between herself and Emily close. This is Maria Vernikerskaya, the #1 competitor currently in the overall battle, and currently our #1 jumper so far, with a few competitors left to go. Maria Vernikerskaya
5-4 and a 2-6.
coming through with a later approach on this one, and knocking down a decent jump distance. The numbers should be revealed in just a moment. And here it is up on the screen at 23.7 as we track this jump one more time from the full double cut here. Trying to maintain a good tight line, but not too tight, because if she tightens up on that line too soon in the turning phase, she would risk doing what is called spiking the switch, and basically telling the zero off algorithm for the jump to start accelerating and pull away from the jumper in anticipation of putting more edge and more thrust from the skier. And that jump switch does not discriminate, folks. It will take whatever the jumper has off the turn and then drive it into a constant acceleration mode. As we now bring on Maria Vernikerskaya, 23.7, that extends her lead by half a meter. And good edge and good flight all the way through. So our #1 contender in the overall competition, Maria Vernikerskaya, comes back into shore. Mission successfully completed there on those Conley jumpers. And is the distance going to be longer, we wonder? She certainly had a lot more speed and a lot more in terms of a flight, with a 24.1 meters on the last jump. But she is through to the next round of the competition. So too is Karina Bonadariva from Ukraine, and so too is Yunia Boyka from Belarus, and Zuzana Topaluska from Poland. So was Maria Vernikerskaya ponders her fate out there. About 100 points separating her between her position in first overall and the second place competitor, Emily Bittman. But we now bring on Elektra Toima from Greece. So Elektra, who trains here in Agrinio, the national training site of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. So far as her jumping is concerned, hasn't had that many scoring opportunities in the jump event, although her best distance that she comes into this event with is a 26.6 meter flight. Here we go. Coming in. Kicking that one back. That should be enough to send her through. If it's anything more than 18.4 meters, that should do the trick. or actually anything more than 17.6 meters, which is the current cut line. So the distance coming up on your screen right now, it is 22.3. That seals the deal there for Elektra Toima of Greece. So that should delight our Greek fans no end. So 5 skiers that have made it through: Karina Bonadariva, Maria Vernikoskaya, Elektra Toima, Yunia Boyka, and Zuzana Topolewski, in no particular order, but currently in the lead on 24.1 meters is Maria Vernikoskaya. So in the U14 girls jumping competition, we are within 4 skiers of ending the elimination round for that event. And here she comes. This is Elektra Toima. Oh yeah, bringing in a bit of speed there. Coming in with a late approach, and she kicked the snot out of that one. The boat are phoning in the numbers, as it were, communicating that to our officials. And oh yeah, look at this, currently taking the lead with 24.6 meters to 4.6. So now that establishes a half-meter lead ahead of Maria Vernikoskaya. Looking at this approach here, and still look relatively early. She was left of middle. Ricardo Botas bringing the boat in and straightening up his path, getting ready for Elektra Toima. More speed now. Little twisted in the air and resulting in a fall on that jump there, but that is Elektra Toima, who's secured herself a spot through to the jump final. An individual Greek athlete, not part of their team per se in the U14 team competition, but Elektra Toima, to the best of my knowledge, has secured markers for each one of the 3 events, so she has total control as to where she ends up in respect to the overall battle, because she has 3 opportunities to increase upon her overall scoring, and that is Elektra Toima in the U14 girls. All right, there, down to our last 3. Then the first of those 3 comes to us from Austria. Is Katharina Wienerreuter. So Katrina Wienerreuter from Austria, who's currently in the thick of the battle here for the overall competition. She is about 25 or so points behind Yunia Boyka, who herself is about 15 points behind Electra Toima, and who herself is about 100 points shy of Lara Cosgrove, who is in 4th place overall, by 12 points away from Karina Bonadariva. So a top 3 spot, when you add all of those together, is definitely possible if Katrina can knock down a brilliant jump. Here she comes, Katrina Wienerreuter, up and over, and that definitely takes the lead.
26.5544. Jump number 1 is okay.
Katrina Wienerreuter, who's jumped upwards of 29 meters in the past coming into this event. A lot of speed here, a lot of drive, and the distance should reflect that. It is 29.7 meters now. If I'm not mistaken, that could be very, very close to a PB there for Katrina Wienerreuter, or Katharina Wienerreuter, I should say. Looking at her previous jump distances, carrying on into this event from the start of this season to where we are right now, I would say that that jump that we've just seen there from Katrin Wienerreuter is a new personal best, a skier out of Port Sash. Now, she has not put out a distance in excess of 30 meters. She is looking for that holy grail, as it were. Okay, so this is a reride on jump number 1 due to a slow time, and taking that free opportunity to get another jump in. So original first jump is 29.7. I wonder if that distance is anywhere close. All right, the jump distance coming through any moment now, and apparently the ruling, all the jump times were good, with 29.7 meters on the first and 27.7 meters on the second. So a little bit of a 2-meter step back there from Katharina Wienerreuter. So Katrina Wienerreuter has punched her card through to the next round of the competition. Only 2 competitors remaining, Nina Masarok and Emily Bettman. Here we go. Katrina Wienerreuter taking a pass on jump number 3, but I kind of suspect that she's eyeing up that jump for an assault upon the overall competition, which she's definitely putting some pressure on. Currently on the outside looking in the girls U14 overall, but if she can throw down a distance in excess of 30 meters come the final, which will be taking place over Saturday and Sunday's actions, then some things in the overall girls competition in the U14s could get rather interesting. Nina Mazarok. Okay, so Nina Mazarok coming to us out of Germany. Has produced distances so far this season in the range of about 25 and 26 meters. Best jump distance, I'm looking at it right now, was produced at the KLI Trophy event around about September of last year, it appears. But so far as this season goes, she hasn't produced a jump that would really put the pressure on someone like Katarina Wienerreuter. So 24 and 25 meters is kind of like her average so far this season. This is Nina Mazarok. And Nina Mazarok currently in 9th place overall. A hard turn there, but losing her traction from the pull of the boat there, and spiked the switch, and the boat came on too strong for her to handle. So just passing around the bottom left-hand corner. And will be picked up by the towboat and be brought back into the jump course for a second of 3 attempts. That is Nina Mazarok. There is our schedule, the remaining portion of the schedule for today. There is 3 more events spread across several series. We've got the U14 boys jumping competition to take place next. That is spread out across 3 series of jumpers. All right, down at the east end of the lake, making the turn, straightening up for Nina Mazarok, passing up on jump number 1. Okay, here we go. Nina Mazarok. A hard turn again there, and now she's really pressuring herself to make it onto the jump there. And needing the jump of anything in excess of 17.6 meters, and I would say that she's done it on jump number 2. That is Nina Mazarok. This jump, as the distance is revealed up on the screen here with 26.8, it's good enough for second. But she wants to grab that brass ring and come away off the water with a bigger jump distance that would hold on to the lead past our final skier, who is Emily Bittman. Makes the turn, realizes that she's still relatively early coming across the second wake into the ramp there, and just points the skis at the jump there and takes whatever energy from the boat that she can muster and and hold on to it all the way through. So here we go. This is Nina Mazarok. She's through to the next round. No two ways about that. A better turn, a better approach here. Having to push off the second wake because her aim was towards the bottom right-hand corner. But skiing into the dock and will get credit for that distance. Should be in the mid-20s, I would say. So Nina Mazarok, job well done there. 26.8 meters on the middle jump, and the last jump is 27.7 meters, 91 feet. One competitor left to go, 3 jumps. So Nina Mazarok, jumper 27.7 meters. That is good enough for second place right now. Katerina Wienerreuter currently in the lead with 1 competitor to go, and her 3 jumps is Emily Bittman. And Emily Bittman looking to try and put some significant distance ahead of that jump there from Maria Vernikovskaya, because Maria Vernikovskaya is in the lead in the overall, ahead of Emily Bittman by less than 100 points. So anything that Emily can do here by way of exceeding Maria Vernikovskaya's distance is certainly going to help in terms of overall, not the least of which is the ability for her to actually ski in the U14 girls jump final. Distance is there at 27.8 to 7.8. She has some distance now ahead of Maria Vernikovskaya. Now, how much of that 100-point deficit between herself and Vernikovskaya has been erased is yet to be determined. We'll try and get you an updated guesstimation so far as the U14 girls overall is concerned. Still out in the lead in the jump event is Katerina Wienerreuter with her jump of 29.7 meters. Now Emily Bittman, she too is a jumper that's searching for distances of over 30 meters, and I don't think that she has gone over that threshold. But today is just as good a day as any to give it a shot. getting the applause from her German teammate, Emily Bettman. Jumping 28.7 meters, not quite good enough for the lead, but it's more points that she's clawing back against Maria Vernikovskaya of Belarus. It's eaten more into that 100 overall point deficit that is that it currently exists between Maria Vernikovskaya and Emily Bateman. And like I said, once we do have the final results in the U14 girls jumps, we would be able to give you a far more accurate guesstimation of where we are in the girls overall in the U14 girls. All right, here she comes. This is Emily Bateman. Turns in, drives hard. Look at this. Taking in a lot of speed there. Came into this tournament having jumped 28.29 meters exactly as her best jump distance all season, and she's gone as close as 28.7 meters on the second jump there. Oh, and is gone. And from what I'm able to ascertain as we bring the score up on the screen, 29.5 meters, 29.5. Which, if I'm looking at her scores correctly, I would say that is a new personal best there for her. 29.5 meters. A new personal best there for Emily Bateman. But there's one or two ways of looking at that. You're jumping close, you got a personal best, your lifetime's best, but how close was she to getting over the 30-meter milestone? Half a meter away from that. Well, it's something that she'll work on in the jump final. She's definitely there. Alongside Nina Mazarok, Katerina Wienerreuter, Elektra Toimer, Maria Vernikovskaya, Karina Bonadariva, and Yunia Boyka and Zuzana Topolewski. So there you go. There is your women's leaderboard. Katerina Wienerreuter, your leader out of this round with 29.7 meters. Emily Bettman in second spots, but clawing back some overall points deficit at the same time. Nina Mazarok with 27.7 meters. Elektra Toimer currently in fourth there with 24.6. Maria Vernikovskaya with 24.1. Yunia Boyka with 21.3 that held the lead for a while. Zuzana Topolewski with 18.8, and making it through to the jump final on 18.4 is Karina Bonadariva. So we're going to go into the U14 boys at Series 3 when we come back right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
We'll never throw it out right down.
Okay, so as we continue on, we're going to bring to you the running order for the U14 boys Series 3 jumps in just a moment. But let me tell you that there's been a significant movement in the girls' overall competition in the U14s, and more details about that in a moment. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the running order. This is Mark Senko. He'll be taken to the water first, then Nikolaus Stavropoulos, then Yakov Sokolov from Ukraine, Khib Shmolet with his go, a fourth off the dock, Harry Hanatenko from Ukraine, and then Nikolaus Anatopoulos. 6 skiers in this series, 12 advance through to the next round of the competition. Now in the girls' overall results, Emily Bettman has now moved into the lead in the girls' overall in the U14s and opening up a pretty wide gap, about 100 of the 35 or so points separating herself and Maria Vernikoskaya. Now both of those competitors will be finalists in every single event, so they each get to control their respective destinies. So too does Katerina Wienerreuter, who's in third spot, and Greece's Elektra Toima is in the mix as well, a little bit further behind, mind you, but she's still in the mix. And if she can conjure up some lifetime performance bests, then she could potentially leapfrog from fourth into third in the under 14 girls overall. So that is where we stand there in that category of competition. And this is Mark Senko from Belarus opening things up in the U14 boys jump. Nicely done. Good speed, good drive. And that should be our best jump of the day so far. So Franz Oberleitner, someone who really truly appreciates what it is to drive for jumping. Mark Senko with a jump distance of 26.7 to 6.7. He opens things up here. Okay, so looking at that once again and just seeing the blue, the crystal clear water here of Agrinio, fed by the Achilleos River, and this side is also fed by a large reservoir, which isn't too far away from here. Mark Senko, 26.7 meters on the opening attempt, 48k letter M. It's probably got RTB disabled. Oh yeah, nicely done there too. A good speed, good lift. I don't see too much wrong there. So Mark Senko will receive his distance on the second jump around about now. Oh, and it's our first distance post 30 meters. It is 30.7, which is 101 feet. 30.7 meters. So that's going to ruffle a few feathers going forward, I would imagine. Now, just to give you an idea of where we are set up so far as our series are concerned, there are 10 skiers in Series 1, which means that whoever has the top score and the runner-up score, whoever those two individuals are by the end of a Series 2 jump, will have advancement through to the next round of the competition. So here we go now. This is Mark Senko getting some good support from his fans from Belarus who are making their return to bona fide team representation for the first time in 5 seasons. Getting a little twisted in the air, but making some pretty good hay out there. That is Mark Senko. So as he swims into the shore, the distance will be revealed to us momentarily. So jumping really consistently out there with a 30.3 meter leap. 30.3. And looking pretty safe out there, I do have to say. Was very light on the line. Then he starts to pound the boat there somewhere closer towards the first wake. And the landing just looked absolutely on target there. So 30.7 meters is the target distance now. Our lead distance, I should say. For our next competitor to get after, it's going to be Nikolaos Stavropoulos. Now, from what I've seen so far out of the jumpers in terms of where they are stacked in accordance to each series, it seems that the likes of Mark Senko and others from Belarus were seeded in incredibly low in each of the events, and because Belarus has only just gotten back into the international fold so far as their team representation is concerned, they don't have any real bona fide official scores to contribute into the tournament. So they're skiing with some low numbers coming in, but high numbers coming out. Nikolaos Stavropoulos from Greece.
Good, 215506.
Okay, so distance coming through, 23.2. 23.2. Could that be potentially enough to make it through to the next round, the final round? Too early to tell at this stage. But we're on our second skier out in the boys Series 3 U14 jumps on Friday Fly Day. The only event that will be, the only discipline that we'll be going through today is the jump event through each of our 4 categories, girls and boys, U17 and U14. We've already qualified 8 skiers through to the U14 girls jump final. The jump final with the fewest participants. By contrast, we will be advancing 12 skiers through to the boys U14 boys jump final. But I suspect with that jump there from Nikolaos Stavropoulos, he might have something left in the tank yet. Distance coming through marginally better. It's 23.923.9. All right there, Nikolaos Stavropoulos, one last bite here. A little bit wider on the boat there, which increases his distance for acceleration right from the turn into the base of the ramp there. Yeah, much better there from Stavropoulos, Nikolaos Stavropoulos. That jump could actually be very, very close to the 30-meter mark. It was certainly further than what he'd jumped previously. And the screams and the shouts from the local Greek support confirms that with 24.7. That might actually be a personal best from the sounds of the folks along the shore side. So well done to him. 24.7. We're looking at this once again from the front side of the ramp angle. Was really pushing hard to make it onto the ramp surface. And certainly got good air form coming off the jump there to maximize his effort. And here is that same jump from a slightly higher vantage point. And slightly further down range of his jump. All right then, moving on up, we have got Yakov Sokolov. Yakov Sokolov. Let's see if I can pull some information on this young athlete there from Ukraine. Looks like we got a little bit of a problem here at the end of the lake. Might have been a little bit of knot in the rope there, but we've got that out of the rope. Yakov Sokolov. Okay, so a skier that frequents the Sentosa Water Ski Club when he can. Came into this event with a jump of 17 meters, but I think that he's moved on a little bit since then. Let's see what he's got here with jump number 1. Oh, and drops the handle upon the landing. You know, he came in with a lot of speed and the height wasn't so bad. But he came into landing rather aggressively, a little bit too aggressive for his liking. So a 0 score on jump number 1. Taking a big old bouncer on the landing and just had to let go. So there we go, Yakov Sokolov. We are about halfway through this boys Series 3 jump competition in the U14s. For those of you that are just joining us from wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. coming to you from Agrinio in Greece. I'm so glad to have the pleasure of your company right here. Okay, here we go. Yakov Sokolov. Oh, nice landing. Far better than the original opening jump there.
All right.
So for someone who came into this event with a distance of 17 meters, Yakov Sokolov is showing some improvement here in the jump event. And it's 19.8 meters, 19.8 meters for the equivalent of a 65-foot jump there for Yakov Sokolov. Right, so here we go. This is Yakov Sokolov on 19.8 meters. Let's see if he can get over 20 meters right here and now for the first time. And unfortunately not able to land that jump despite the fact that it could well have been over 20 meters. So Yakov Sokolov of Ukraine won't know the distance on that last jump, despite the fact that that distance could well have been in excess of 20 meters. Certainly came in with a lot of heat and just unable to execute the landing. All right, moving on from Yakov Sokolov, we now go on to Belarus. Our next jumper is going to be Gleb Smolich. Just putting all of his weight on the left and none of it on his right coming into land. Gleb Smolich is on the water right now as we have a look at this one from Yakov Sokolov. The fall that he took on jump number 3. And comparing that distance to the distance buoys, I would say that he got really close to the 20-meter mark. So a little bit of a commiseration there for Yakov Sokolov. As we now turn our attention to Gleb Smolich, who's qualified in the slalom and the jump finals, the trick finals and the slalom final, I should say. Now looking to perform the trifecta here. Turns in and drives it in home, but realizing that his timing was a little bit off, a little bit too early on the approach. So he's going to bring this this cut down a little bit more. Skiing for Belarus, it's Hleb Smolic. So Hleb Smolic coming in on jump number 2. Whose early tournament score that he brings into this event is a 28.7 meter jump.
Jump is good with a 9.51288. Jump is good.
Skiing in a recent tournament in the first weekend in August. Landed jumps of 26.8, 28.7, and 28.5 in successive rounds in that tournament. So the distance has been published now. It is 26.2, 26.2. So following our current jumper, Hleb Smolic, with 26.2 meters to his credit. But if he seriously wants to be a part of the jump final, he's got to conjure up some magic somewhere, somehow. Hleb Smolic coming in on jump number 3. Getting pulled over the right ski as he came off the top of the jump, but nearly doubling down a little bit with the press off the jump, and that is Hleb Smolic, who came into this event having jumped over 28 meters. He's had a look at the distance, and it comes back at him with a 25.1, 25.1 on the last jump, so his best jump is 26.2. That is for Hleb Smolic. Now, moving on from Belarus to Ukraine, Harry Hanatenko. So a wonderfully landed jump there from Hleb Smolic. Now, Harry Hanatenko from Ukraine. So another skier who practices over at the Dnipro Water Ski Club. His first competition was actually last year, towards the end of July at the Ukrainian Nationals at Sentosa Water Ski Club, and has obviously impressed enough folks there to place him on the Ukrainian national water ski team. This is Harry Hanatenko. Taking a 3/4 cut there and a rather aggressive approach into the ramp there right from the get-go. That is Harry Hanatenko. So working this out, it is going to be a 15.8 meter jump there. Comes off the end of the jump there, looking and seeing his skis go almost straight towards the boat. Let's see if he can drive a little bit more through the ramp and maybe get a little bit more distance as a result. So Harry Hanatenko. So Harry Hanatenko, his best jump coming into these championships was about a little over 16 meters. But he's certainly not going to land anything like that on his middle jump attempt. So he has one more jump to come. Still out in the lead is Gleb Smolic. Actually, in the lead is Mark Senko from Belarus, is a teammate who jumped 30.7 meters earlier on in this competition in the U14 boys Series 3 jumps, and that might actually be a pretty high bar, a high score for our remaining jumpers to chase. Here comes Harry Hanatenko now. All right there, so 0 on the middle jump distance, 15.8 on the first. And that jump has the legs have been a little bit further than that first jump distance. So 18.2 meters is his best jump distance, 18.2. So looking at this once again, and decent three-quarter cut, held on to a lot of his angle right off the turn. So after the first half dozen or so skiers, the first 5 skiers, it would appear that that Mark Senko would be in the lead with 30.7 meters. Then we got Kliv Smolic with a 26.2, both of those competitors from Belarus. Then Nikolaus Stavropoulos are currently in 3rd, Yakov Sokolov in 4th, and Harry Hanatenko with his recently landed jump distance of 18.2 meters, currently in 5th place after 5 skiers. Now, next competitor to take to the water, and you heard a smattering of applause there, attempting to get behind their latest Greek athlete. This is Nikolaus Anatopoulos. Nikolaus Anatopoulos representing Greece. All right, here he comes. Nikolaus Anatopoulos from Greece. Going for the gusto here, going with the full double cut. Good aggressive approach here, and unfortunately the timing was a little ways off. So electing to pass on jump number 1, taking the safer option there. So in the Hellenic Youth Championships, basically the Greek Youth Nationals, he won the U14 section of that competition after 2 rounds of jumping with a 25.7 meter leap. Other jumps that he's pushed out there have been in the region of about 21 or so meters. But let's see if he can get closer to 26 or 27 meters with the remaining 2 jumps. This is Antonopoulos, Nikolaus Anatopoulos. All right, let's see what he has on jump number 2. Oh, hitting that bottom right-hand corner, and that spooked him a little bit coming off the ramp there. Hopefully he's okay. Probably a little bit winded or shaken up to be fair. But Nikolaus Anatopoulos He appears to be okay and is getting ready for his third and last jump. That is Nikolaos Anatopoulos of Greece. He is our last jumper in the U14 Boys Series 3. Then we got 10 more jumpers in U14 Boys Series 2, and then another 10 jumpers beyond that. Bear in mind that we are taking 12 through to the event final. So no score on the board quite yet. A pass and a fall on the jump number 2. And we'll see what he has in store for us on jump number 3. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in on jump number 3. Pushing the envelope there and managing to get the jump distance situated there. Looking a little bit hurt out there for some reason. Probably took a little bit more of a knock than he was fully capable of shrugging off. He's back into the dock there, and I think took a little bit of a stinger to that left elbow. And it is a jump of 26.6 meters to 6.6. Which brings this series to a conclusion. So Nikolaos Anatopoulos rounding off the series 3 jumps. We're going to go on to series 2 very, very soon. And just as a reminder, we take 12 out of this event to the event finals. So Mark Senko in the lead with a 30.7, Nikolaos Anatopoulos with a 26.6, Gleb Smolic with 26.2, Nikolaos Stavropoulos with a 24.7, Yakov Sokolov with 19.8, and Harry Hanatenko with 18.2. Now, so far as the overall is concerned, we're keeping an eye on that with live scoring. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos is currently in the lead in the boys overall by a good margin of about 120 or so points ahead of Gleb Smolic and ahead of Mark Senko. Those are your top 3. We've got Yakov Sokolov in 4th and Nikolaos Stavropoulos in 5th. Followed by Harry Hanatenko. All right, moving on from Series 3 to Series 2. Tomas Tomasina, then Lampros Lapiriopoulos, then Oscar Leal, Mathis Torrens, Georgios Lipiropoulos, Alessandro Bonetti, Rasmus Niskvara, Carl Artur Anderson, Yehor Kolesnikov, and Aaron Lamy. So Thomas Tim Senior from Poland, our lead-off skier in boys Series 2 jumps. All right, our Polish fans are getting behind him. Thomas Tim Cisnia. Jump distance will be revealed very, very soon for Thomas Tim Cisnia. And it is 18.5 meters, 18.5. Taking a strong single cut.
Yes, they need to, for 57, they need to move the jump. Or whip out the boat. Yeah, but there's no reason not to go down another 40 meters with the jump.
All right. Looks like that jump was good for Tomasz Tim Cisnia from Poland. So the jump distance coming through with 16.5 meters. So jumping around about 16 meters prior to this event here. That's the only score that I have, the only bona fide score that I have this season on him. One of the only scores anyway. He certainly found some distance within about the last month or so. Taking a 3/4 cut here. Comes into this event with a 16.6 meter personal best, and here he comes. Good looking jump there. That should be around about the same range. I don't anticipate it being significantly longer than what he'd already produced before. So Tomasz Tim Cisnia. So the distance there, one of its better jumps, that is 18.6 meters. 18.6 meters for Tomasz Tim Cisnia. Now we move on from Poland to Greece. Lampros Limpiropoulos. So, next competitor from Greece, Lampros Limpiropoulos. right, so our skier on the water, one of the two brothers of Lamperiopoulos. So his PB prior to this event has been 12.9 meters. Let's see if he's got anything in him to maybe bust out into a little bit more of a distance. Whoa, and getting in a little bit deep there with that cut, and just got spooked by the ramp and went backwards rather than forwards. So that is Lampros Lamperiopoulos. A 0 score on jump number 1 because he fell. Got in really, really deep off the cut there and came into the ramp there with a little bit of a compromised position here. Out the back in the air and taking a fall on that first jump. So let's see if he can shake that jump off, as it were, and continue on to bigger and better things. Okay, second jump. What does he have? Yeah, that was a better landing. That was a better jump entirely there for Lampros Lamperiopoulos. So for someone who's used to jumping about 12 meters more often than not, he's come through with a jump distance that outstrips that average. That is 15.5 meters. So well done to Lampros Lamperiopoulos. As our Greek supporters get ready for our skier on the water, getting ready to go. This is Lampros Lamperiopoulos. Oh, nice. The landing was very, very self-assured on that one. Lampros Lamperiopoulos. All right. The distance will be revealed up on the screen, but there's plenty for the Greek fans to cheer on, because this is a new personal best for him, for Lampros Lamperiopoulos. 16 meters there. So a personal best by 3 whole meters compared to what he jumped at the Hellenic Youth and the Hellenic Youth National Water Ski Championships. That was held in the first full weekend in July. So he's had plenty of time to work on his cutting and his positioning prior to the jump there. So Lampros and Piripolis, as we now turn our attention from Greece to Finland. We have Oscar Leal. So still out in the lead in the jump event is Mark Senko, whose jump of 30.7 meters seems like an eternity ago, doesn't it? But it's still there. It's still the lead distance. And it's looking highly likely that that might be a jump that would send Mark Senko through to the next round. Nikolaos Anatopoulos for his part jumped 26.6 meters. He's currently in the second spot right now, ahead of another Belarusian competitor with 26.2, Kleb Smolic, and then another skier from Greece, Nikolaos Stavropoulos, with 24.7. Those are your top four. 2 from Greece, 2 from Belarus. Skier on the water now from Italia. Actually, from Finland, I beg your pardon, but we're going to see an Italian skier in not too long away from this moment. But more details on that in a few moments. And Oscar Leal. Oscar Leal trying to push out over his skis, but his position was a little bit back on his jumper, so not able to take too much of an upward thrust off the jump there, as the Finnish make themselves known on the shoreline. So Oscar Leal, who trains over at the national training site in Finland, having jumped 16.1 on the opener. His best jump this season, which I would assume is his personal best, is about 18.9 meters. Now he's going to bring this cut into the ramp a little bit later off the single cut approach here. Let's see what he has. Better positioning over the skis coming into the jump there, and was able to get a little bit more in terms of lift off the top of the ramp there. And I suspect it's going to be a bigger jump for Oscar Leal. The jump is indeed bigger. It is 17.8 meters. 17.8 meters. So a little bit more speed and a little bit more height combined for a little more distance. Okay, here we go now. This is Oscar Leal. Up and over, will land and ride that one out. And I suspect that that jump could be even further still. Certainly took a later approach in the hopes of retaining a little bit more speed into the bottom of the ramp there. And landing that jump distance, it is more or less the same area, except it is a little bit less there, 17.5 meters, 17.5. His best jump is 17.8. So from skier 3 in this series of U14 boys jump to skier number 4. Coming up next is Mathis Thorens of Switzerland. So, and wearing the 111 bib, 111, it is Mathis Thorens.
You need something, water, you fine? No, I'm good.
Okay, so Mathis, who has had a pretty consistent run of form this season. In the Swiss Nationals, was able to produce jumps approaching 17 meters. His best jump is 16.8 from those Nationals. The skis went here, there, and everywhere there for him. That is Mathis Thorens. So not receiving a bona fide score on jump number 1 despite that attempt. Now getting ready for the remaining 2 jumps. So there's your leaderboard. Mark Senko still out in the lead with 30.7 meters. And as I said, looking increasingly likely to be a part of the U14 boys jump final with the way that these competitors are currently jumping in Series 2. Mathis Thorens. All right. Well, and dropping the handle here, and this has now moved into the realm of critical now. Critical that he gets a jump distance scored to not only be in contention for maybe getting through to the jump final if he gets a good distance, but also to keep himself alive in one of the top spots in the overall competition. So Mathis Thorens of Switzerland now in a pretty unenviable situation that he's carved out for himself. A 0 score on jump number 1, a 0 score on jump number 2, and it's all going to come down to his third and last attempt to see if he can prevail. Here he comes. Oh no, and he goes down on the third attempt as well, so a 0 score for Mathis Thorens. So disaster there for Mathis as he swims into shore and just didn't look like he had the edge or the kind of jump necessary to score. So there we go. That is a Mathis Thorens. Now, next competitor up will be Georgios Limperopoulos. Georgios Limperopoulos is our next competitor. All right, on a pair of decidedly old jump skis from Kidder, Georgios Limperopoulos sets about his task of putting the jump distance out to keep him in the game. So far as overall expectations are concerned, speaking about U14 boys overall, Nikolaos Anatopoulos currently sitting pretty at top ahead of Hlib Smolic of Belarus, currently in second spot. Then Mark Senko, who is our lead jumper right now, he is in third overall, followed by Yakov Sokolov and Nikolaos Stavropoulos. So 2 Greeks in the top 5, 1 Ukrainian and 2 Belarus in that mix as well. So Georgios Limperopoulos. And waiting on the applause from the crowd as the distance has been revealed, 18.1 meters, 18.1 meters. So Georgios Limperopoulos. Coming in on jump number 2. He's already on 18.1. One of our longest jumps off a straight up single cut. Here he comes. And back in that distance up with a brilliant looking second jump. It might actually turn out that the second jump is bigger than the first. Could well be over 20 meters. We'll find out in a moment. The jump distance is, in fact, over 20 meters, 20.3 to 0.3. And that puts him in the mix so far as our jumping competition is concerned. Putting him in third might actually put him in fourth if just to quickly double check the numbers here. Georgios Limperiopoulos, with his jump over 20.3 meters, is currently in fifth spot at this time. But he can still climb higher, though. If he can get over a distance of about 24.7 meters, he will leapfrog over his Greek compatriot, Nikolaos Stavropoulos. Georgios Limperiopoulos collapsing upon the landing, but he is certainly a joy to watch for this Greek audience right here. So on 20.3 meters there. So coming into this event with a distance, his best distance being 17.5 meters in the Hellenic Youth Nationals, and he's already completely outstrapped that distance and set a score which breaks the 20 meters milestone. So Georgios Limperiopoulos. So we're about halfway through, pretty much halfway through. We've gone through Georgios Limperiopoulos, our skier number 5, and now we're on to skier number 6, Alessandro Bonetti of Italia. All right there, Alessandro Bonetti from Italy. We'll try and track down some scores to give you a little bit more of an idea about what the capability is of our athlete out on the water. Alessandro Bonetti. His best jump this season, as far as I'm looking at right now, is about a 19.5 meter jump. He's going to need something like that just to get in the top 5. And he is disqualified. Oh my word! He tried to take that jump there, and he has disqualified himself because he has refused a jump on the incorrect side of the jump there. Now, for those of you that are wondering what is the best way to refuse a jump, it's either around the bottom left-hand corner or steering one away from the jump. He's just realized now that he is DQ'd from the remainder of the event in the jump category. The Italians looking rather forlorn and disappointed right now, because they know the score, they know what the ruling is, and so now we'll go on to our next competitor, Rasmus Niscavaro, a little bit earlier than we anticipated for. and Alessandro Bonetti. So, now, just to explain to you folks out there, that the reason why he was disqualified was he refused on the wrong side of the jump there, like that. Highly dangerous, highly illegal, and resulted in a disqualification. Try to edge towards the jump there now. If he'd have refused that jump on the bottom over the bottom left-hand corner, that would be fine. But he tried to stop and his edge, and he ended up on the right-hand side of the ramp and almost going up that right-hand side curtain. It is a DQ offense, and that is why that we'll no longer see Alessandro Bonetti jump, at least not in this competition. All right, then, moving on from Rasmus Niskavara.
Kid's gonna cry his eyes out.
All right, then, so Rasmus Niskavara getting ready to go for his 3 attempts. Okay, so skier that trains over at the national training site in Finland comes into this event with distances of ranging of around 21.4 meters, which I believe is his personal best. That is Rasmus Niskavara. Planting that handle down nice and low and getting some decent lift. The distance will be revealed very, very shortly. It is 18.6 meters. 18.6 meters. That is for Rasmus Niskavara. So Rasmus Niskavara. (18.6). Currently putting Rasmus in a two-way tie for 7th with Thomas Tim Cisnia. But he still has a few more jumps to go. 2 more to be exact. Oh, and out the back there, and just losing his stacked position off the turn with his with the handle coming up high and unable to yield a distance as a result of that leap. That is Rasmus Niskavara. So whilst we look at this jump there from Rasmus Niskavara, yielding a 0 score, let me bring you up to speed so far as the U14 boys overall is concerned. Nikolaos Anatopoulos currently in the lead in the boys overall by about 120 or so overall points. Then Kleber Smolik in second spot. alongside Mark Senko in third, Yakov Sokolov in fourth, and Nikolaos Stavropoulos in fifth. All right, then, so here we go. This is Rasmus Niskavaara from Finland. Turning in a little early on this approach. Probably a little bit too early. He was continually losing speed off the second wake into the jump from being that early. Of course, turning towards the ramp and taking a late approach is certainly a dangerous maneuver, granted, but almost as dangerous is coming in early and having to force your way off the edges to turn back towards the jump to actually take the leap. It is a 19.1 or 63 feet, 19.1 meters on jump number 3 for Rasmus Niskavaara. So Rasmus ends up with a jump distance that is his best out of the 3. Rasmus Niskavaara with 19.1 meters, currently putting him in 7th spot right now, just breaking that temporary tie that he had with Tomasz Timczyznia of Poland, who is in 8th. Yehor Kolesnikov of Ukraine is our penultimate skier in the U14 Boys Series 2 jumps. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Okay, here we go now. This is Yehor Kolesnikov. And another DQ, unfortunately, there for Yehor Kolesnikov. No. My mistake, it's not Yehor Kolesnikov. He's coming up next. The skier on the water is Karl Artur Andersen. And he knows the score as well. A score of 0 and DQ'd from the remainder of the jump event. So Artur Andersen will no longer have any participation in the jump event. And here's the reason why. Turns in towards the jump, steers away. That is a highly frowned upon, totally illegal, and meaning that he gets automatically disqualified with no score. Once you turn towards the jump, you're either committed to taking the pass on the bottom left-hand corner, or taking the jump itself. Any other way of refusing, aside from staying on the right-hand side of the wakes adjacent to the jump, results in disqualification. I don't think I can seriously recall not seeing once, or I've seen one DQ maybe within about the last 5 or so years, but 2 DQs almost back to back. That is totally unheard of. All right there, so coming in, he has 3 jumps at his disposal, a little bit earlier than scheduled. It's going to be Yeehaw Kolesnikov. Okay, this is Yeehaw Kolesnikov. Aggressively getting out wide of the towboat. Here he comes. Good speed, good lift, and will land and ride that jump out effectively on the first attempt of 3 that he has against that 5-foot high ramp, 1.50 meters. So the jump distance is going to be revealed right now. It is 21.8 meters, 21.8 meters. Here we go, folks. Coming on in. Yeehaw Kolesnikov with 21.8 to open his account off in on the first jump, and getting his second jump situated as he tries to pursue a path towards the lead, which is currently held by Mark Senko of Belarus with a 30.7 meter jump. The jump distance coming through, it is 23.6 meters, 23.6. So 23.6, that moves him into fifth spot there. Actually consolidates upon his fifth place because he jumped 21.8, which put him there for starters. But the next highest jumper above Yeehaw Kolesnikov is Nikolaus Stavropoulos with 24.7. And then the jump distances increase from that point onward, like Heeb Smolich with 26.2, Nikolaus Anatopoulos with 26.6. Oh, aggressive. That is Yeehaw Kolesnikov. He's going to come back into the shore now. So he should get plenty of encouragement from his Ukrainian teammate, Yeehaw Kolesnikov. All right. We wonder if that jump is the longest out of the 3, and indeed it is, 24.2. 24.2. Not enough to usurp Nikolaus Stavropoulos, but keeps him firmly in 5th place for right now. In 5th place, just ahead of Georgios Limpiropoulos, who jumped 20.3 meters just recently. All right then, so next competitor up is going to be Aaron Lamy. Aaron Lamy from Finland. Okay, so the skier about to take to the water in the U14 boys, Series 2, the very last skier in this series. And if the leader and the runner-up stay intact beyond the first 2 competitors in series, actually, whoever's in the lead at this moment, with 1 competitor to go, he's through to the next round of the competition. So we've got Mark Senko, who is the leader. He's through to the next run because we have 10 skiers remaining in Series 1 jumps, which is to come after the conclusion of Series 2. So now it's a straight-up case of whoever jumps more than second place right now, which is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. So if this competitor can jump more than 26.6, then he'll land himself through to the next round of the competition to join Mark Senko. This is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. This is on the water, Aaron Lamy. The name that I was mentioning was Nikolaos Anatopoulos, whose jump of 26.6 meters is under serious threat right now. The finish have come in force. And the distance has been published at 25 meters, 25.0. Now, here is the rub. Here is the rub. 25.0 meters puts him in 5th spot. He needs about 1.7 meters more to put himself into the next round of the competition. He's looking for a distance in excess of 26.6 meters. Okay, so here we go, coming in on jump number 2 for Aaron Lamy.
Runabout jump is good. 9-3.
So Aaron Lamy, wow. We're getting the distance through. And the distance is about to be shown up on your screen. He is tantalizingly close. It is 26.4 meters, 26.4. Now he's got 0.3 of a meter left to increase his distance by. By increasing that distance by about that amount, it will give him a 26.7 meters and will usurp Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Anything less, and the Greek skier will have made it through to the next round of the competition as a result. Now in between Nikolaos Anatopoulos and Aaron Lamy in terms of distance is Gleb Smolic with 26.2. We'll keep an eye on that little battle taking place right now. Here he comes, Aaron Lamy. Is that enough? It's around about the same kind of technique, same amount of airtime, but is that going to be enough? The distance that he needs is 26.7 to usurp Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Numbers are about to be shown right now, and if you hear some screams, it's not from the Greeks, it's from the Finns. It is a 26.9, 26.9. He has rubber stamped himself a spot through to the next round of the competition. Nikolaos Anatopoulos could still be in the mix here. So lifting his left ski and just really driving across the wakes through the jump there. A nice looking attempt there from Aaron Lamy. So for a distance of 26.9. He needed 26.7. He got 26.9. And he's gotten a spot through to the next round of the competition. Aaron Lamy. So, the leaderboard with 10 skiers remaining. The top two have qualified themselves through to the jump final, which will take place during the course of this weekend's action. Mark Senko and Aaron Lamy, both of those competitors in positions 1 and 2. With their respective distances of 30.7 and 26.9. Nikolaos Anatopoulos on the bubble with 26.6. Gleb Smolic in fourth place right now, as we're about to be ready ourselves to get on to the Series 1. Nikolaos Stavropoulos, Ihor Kolesnikov, then Lipiropoulos, then Sokolov, Neskavara, Tim Sesnia, Harry Hanatenko, and Oscar Leal. All right, so we're about to go on to the Series 1 jumps. We're going to take a few moments of time to refuel the boat and do whatnot. But you are watching the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. When we return, it's the Boys Jump Series 1 next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Okay there, folks. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Europe and Africa Youth Championships, sanctioned by the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, the European Council. All right there, Luca Graham will be our first competitor out. He's on the water already. Then Etienne Barron, Gabriel Bruto, Mikolau Hanatenko, Leon Gut, and there you see the remaining skiers on that list. Luca Graham lands the jump there. Able to get out of that situation there with jump number 1, and needing a distance in excess of the distance from Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 26.6 meters. If he jumps beyond that point, then he's through to the next round of the competition. But with his opening jump, I don't think it's going to occur on jump number 1, at least 19.5 meters. He's got about 8 meters to about 8.1 meters that he needs in order to claw back the gap. The skiers to come after him are Etienne Barron, Gabriel Bruto, Mikolau Hanatenko, Leon Gut, Artur Bruto, Paul Schnogel, Maximilian Zielinski, Franz Josef Stockinger, and Frederick Volnar.
Why would you need a positive cut number for these kids? A positive? Why would you need a positive cut for the kids?
Here we go, jump number 2. Generating a whole truckload of speed on that one. Needing more than 26.6 meters to advance. And he might just as well have done it on jump number 2. He certainly had the speed. He certainly had the legs underneath him to make it happen. But the distance coming through isn't going to be particularly long. It is 22.9 to 2.9. So Luca Graham, let's see what distances he's come into this competition with. Distances on the like of about 22.5 meters. So he's jumping more or less where his best scores are currently residing at the moment. But needing to come through with a huge distance in respect to that. Here he comes. Coming in with more speed this time. He's definitely trying to maximize his time out there on the water. And there we go. That is Luca Graham. So Luca Graham returns to the dock. And it is a jump distance coming through of 24.4 meters, not enough to qualifying through to the next round, but it means that our Greek athlete that's currently in third place right now, that is Nikolaos Anatopoulos, who currently sits at the top of the heap so far as the overall standings are concerned. He's going to have that marker in the jump final as well. So jumping 26.6 meters, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, he's through to the jump-in final, competing out of Series 2. So Nikolaos Anatopoulos, our final skier in Series 3. He has qualified himself to be a part of the jump final with 26.6 meters, an effort which comprised of a pass on jump 1, a 0 score on jump 2, and needing to conjure up some magic right at the very end to give him the distance, which ends up being enough to see him through to the final. So well done to him, Nikolaos Limperopoulos. Nikolaos Anatopoulos, I should say. My apologies there. So we continue on with our next competitor from Great Britain. It is going to be Etienne Barron. So Etienne Barron trains over at Hazelwood Ski World just outside Lincoln in the northern part of England. Oh, and he dumps it in the landing phase and the recovery phase upon the landing. There we go. That is Etienne Barron getting some support along the shore side from his teammates and those that are showing the Union flag, but a zero score on jump number 1, meaning that he's got to work some to make it through to the next round. So, what score does he need to in order to achieve that? Well, he needs to jump more than 26.2 meters in order to advance. That jump distance is currently held onto by Hleb Šmolić. 26.2, currently in the fourth spot right now. So of the skiers that we've seen so far, Mark Senko, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, and Aaron Lamy have confirmed their respective spots through to the next round of the competition. Waiting in the wings is Hleb Šmolić on 26.2. Here comes Etienne Barron. Turns in, drives it in on home. Over his skis this time. Does he ride that jump out? Yes, he does. A performance that has huge implications down the line, not only for his boys' overall standing, but also for the team GBR effort as well in the under 14s team competition. So the distance coming through, it is 25.1 to 5.1 at this. If that score does not change or gets improved upon, then Hleb Šmolić would advance through, and as fate would have it, Etienne Barron's jump of 25.1, if that does end up being the best jump out of the 3, ends up becoming the cut line, because the next biggest jump that we see on this list is Nikolaos Stavropoulos with a 24.7. So he has jumped enough for cover, as it were, with 25.1, but he needs a little bit more, something a little extra. He needs about about 1.2 meters more. Let's see if he can achieve that. And not getting his full lift on that one, so I'd imagine that jump is probably going to be less than 25.1. But like I said, he's provided cover for himself. Should any jumper jump less than that distance on the middle attempt. The distance will be revealed, and the distance, he's taken a look at it right now and acknowledging that it's not one of his better jumps for 24.6 meters for Etienne Barron. So Etienne Barron coming out of Peterborough in the United Kingdom and coming into this event, we're having jumped 23.7 meters at the Youth National Championship. So that might actually end up being one of his better jumps, 25.1, which means that Gleb Schmalic from Series 3 has done enough to secure a spot through to the next round of the competition with 26.2 meters. So with 8 scores remaining to be obtained, remaining. The top 4 have secured their way through to next round, including Gleb Schmalic with 26.2 in 4th. Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 26.6. He's in 3rd. Aaron Lamy with 26.9. He is in 2nd, and that humongous jump there of 30.7 meters from Mark Senko leads the way, and he is through to the next round of the competition and could actually have the best jump score at this rate, but here he comes. Skier on the water is Gabriel Bruto. Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland. The new cut line is 25.1 meters. That is the jump distance from Etienne Barron. We'll have a look at the instant replay, and at the same time we will reveal the jump distance. I believe that jump distance is nearly 22 meters. It's 21.8 to 1.8 meters. So he's got some work to do. He's got about a little over 3 meters to claw back in terms of a distance against 25.1 meters, the best jump from Etienne Barron. So there's going to be a lot of toing and throwing, hunking and heaving from each of our jumpers right now. This is Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland on 21.8 meters and trying to push that one out as far as he dare. He had the speed, but didn't quite have the lift, and lift isn't the easiest thing to get on a ramp of 1.50 meters high or 5 foot high. Is that jump good enough? The answer to that question is yes. For Gabriel Bruto of Switzerland, 26.4 meters, the first competitor out of Series 1 to qualify a distance through to the next round of the competition with 26.4 meters. All the other jumps that have qualified so far have been 3 from Series 3, 1 of them from Series 2, and 1 of them from Series 1. There are 7 results remaining to be obtained. So, coming in. Knowing that a distance that he's already produced out there is good enough to see him through to the finals. That is Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland. So waiting on the distance, it is 26.3. A distance by itself would have been enough for Gabriel Bruto. So now we're down to our last 7. We've qualified 5 through to the final so far. So one jumper from Series 1, 3 from Series 3. And 1 from Series 2. Next skier up from Ukraine, it's going to be Nikolai Natenko from Ukraine. A quick look at the overall battle, and entering the fray among the top 3 is Gabriel Bruto, with his point score within about 180 overall points, just behind Kliber Schmolic, who is in the current runner-up spot in the overall, but still out in the lead with his overall total of a 23:51.82 is Greece's Nikolaou Anatopoulos. So in the overall competition, it's looking pretty bright for the Hellenic Republic. And this could well segue quite neatly into a possible high team position going forward. But now we got Nikolai Natenko. On letter L. And I think he might have done enough. He might well have done enough to take a spot through to the jump final, needing a distance better than Etienne Barron's 25.1 in order to make that happen. Getting a lot of speed in there, and that is 29.9. Yeah, he's through to the next round. No worries there. Our second skier out of Series 1 to achieve that aim, and 29.9 is a solid jump distance. It puts him in second behind Mark Senko of Belarus. And we'll see how this changes things up in terms of the overall. And it does, actually. The overall competition has just gone into the next phase, with Nikolai Hanatenko taking the lead in the boys overall with 24:41.03 overall points. That puts him about 100 or 90 or so point differential between first and second. He's dropped the Greek skier from first into second place in the boys U14 overall. And he still has one jump left to come. This jump not quite as far as the first. .7 meters, 94 feet. So looking particularly strong right now, and has got one more jump to come, and it is a jump that he's going to have to send out there into the stratosphere if he wants to fend off some of the later overall contenders, such as Maximilian Zeleznyski and Franz Josef Stogginger, who was actually the overnight leader in the overall competition after two complete events. And Frederick Volnar was in the mix there too after the two event overall standings after yesterday's competition. But here we go. This is Mikhail Hanatenko of Ukraine. Solid jump in there, not risking anything on that one. Just wanted to see how late he could potentially take it. Deciding to take the jump. And the distance is going to come through momentarily for Mikhail Hanatenko. Oh my word, this number is going to be big because it's going to be shown up on your screen, and it's a huge number. It's a 31.3 meters. They had to take a double take on this one, but it's a 31.3 meters. 31.3 meters. So 31.3 meters. That takes away the 1,000 points away from Mark Senko, and they're now transferred over to Mikhail Hanatenko, and it's diluted every other point scoring position from here on in, because Mikhail Hanatenko holds his lead in the overall competition, but does it with a bigger points gap now. On 24.79.68, Mikhail Hanatenko has the lead in the overall. In second place from Greece with 23.29.23. About 150 or so points separate those two competitors in the overall. All right, then. So now we go on to our next competitor from Switzerland, who come into this event with some firepower in the form of Leon Gut. Worth pointing out in the boys overall between those two competitors, even down to about the top five competitors, they've all secured markers to compete in the jump-in final. So the fate of the overall could come down to one or two jumps in the U14 boys jump final, which will take place later on during this weekend. The finals start on Saturday and conclude on Sunday. Leon Gut. Distance coming through, and it is 22.3, 22.3. First of all, for Leon Gut, he's got to try and get a distance in excess of 25.1 meters to put him fairly and squarely through to the jump final. That if he intends to keep pace with our overall contenders, Leon Gut out of Switzerland. And Leon Gut Let's see what he has by way of an encore. He's doing the 3/4 cut here. Waiting on that ramp now on letter K. There you go. The speed was there, but was the lift? Did he get enough of it? Needs to be over 25.1 to advance into the jump final. And this jump distance coming through right now for Leon Gut should be enough to confirm his placement into the jump final. It is a 26.5, 26.5. That puts Leon Gut through to the jump-in final. $26.5. What does that do so far as the overall is concerned? Doesn't do an awful lot. Okay, here we go now. This is Leon Gut. Ah, yes, a little bit more float on the end of that jump there, and that I should be confident in saying that is going to be a bigger distance for Leon Gut, wearing bib 109. Out of Switzerland, Leon Gut. He's just about to learn the distance on his third and final jump there. Leon Gut with a 27.5 meters to 7.5. So Leon Gut with that jump distance of 27.5, that firmly keeps him in 5th spot in the jumping competition. And actually, 27.5 moves him up 2 places higher than where he was. He was in 5th. He's now in 3rd with 27.5. So Leon Gut, and we're now at the halfway stage, a little over halfway. We're about to bring on our next competitor. Coming to us out of Switzerland once again, 2 Swiss skiers back-to-back, the second of which is going to be Artur Brutto. So Artur Brutto. Whoa, and cutting into the jump and letting go of the handle. Now taking in a little bit more than he can, cutting off a little bit more than he can chew there on jump number 1. We'll have a look at this on the instant replay and see where things went decidedly sideways for him, literally. and he realized that he had that his stance was not correct, and he managed to get enough weight over the tips of his skis to effectively refuse, or actually not so much refuse the jump, but actually take it, but without the handle. Because that is perfectly fine in comparison to the two DQ refusals that we saw earlier on in series 2 jumps there.
You do a single to get used to it, and then you go so hard. But make it.
So a 0 score for Artur Bruto on jump number 1. His best jump in the Swiss National Water Ski Championships was a 30.9 meter leap. So still in the lead in the jumping competition with 31.3 meters is Mykolaiw Hanatenko of Ukraine. Ah, yeah, better looking jump there. I mean, anything was better than the first jump distance, the first jump attempt, but certainly that one with a lot of speed, and the distance should be very, very close to the 30-meter range. The distance is going to be not that far away from 30 meters. The jump distance is that close to 30 meters, 29.9 meters, which is about the same distance as Mykolaiw Hanatenko's first attempt, but he ended up producing a distance eventually of 31.3 meters to advance through to the next round of the competition. So there is still that distance out there that needs to be exceeded at 25.1 meters, which Artur Bruto was able to do on that second jump. So he's through to the next round of the competition. Let's remember that. Almost going completely through his jump skis as he came off the top of the jump. He was trying to press that much off the ramp. The speed and the technique were most certainly there for our skier on the water. That was Artur Bruto. And ending off with 29.1 meters, 29.1 meters. That jump by itself would have been enough to have qualified him through to the next round, but he'll take solace in 29.9 meters as the distance that carries him through to the jump final. That is Artur Bruto. So now we've got 8 that have advanced through to the next round of the competition. We got Gabriel Bruto, we got Mykolaiw Hanatenko, we've got Leon Gut, we got Artur Bruto, and the other 4 look something like this: Mark Senko, Gleb Smolich, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, and Aaron Lamy. 4 competitors to go. Who will be the next person to make it into the next round of the competition, which is the jump final in the boys U14 jump competition? Skiing on the water right now. This is Paul Schnogel.
I think for the next skier, I don't know if you saw it.
And Paul Schnogel in these championships has occupied the the last remaining spots in the trick and the slalom finals. And by consequence, he's still very much a contender in the overall competition, although a little ways off from actually taking the title. But Paul Schnogel currently in the overall competition was about midway down the list after the two event overall scores, the overnight lead. Here comes Paul Schnogel from Austria. Oh yeah, look at that, lands and rides that one out. That has got to be more than 25.1 meters for Paul Schnogel. Looks like they're taking a little longer to assess the distance on this one, but the jump distance is going to come through very, very soon anyway. It's 31.7. 31.7. He has taken the lead off the very first attempt. Paul Schnogel, 31.7. As a result of that, he is through to the next round of the competition. And he will leave the dock no worse than fourth from last off the dock in the final U20 in the final U14 event, which will be the U14 boys jump. Okay, Paul Schnogel. He's got 2 more attempts remaining. Let's see what he can do. He's on house money right now. Oh, wow. A little bit of a delay in the turn. It got a little bit of a hitch there, but managing to bring his jump skis round and closed in on that ramp with a whole buttload of speed there. So Paul Schnogel coming in. That right ski got behind him in the turn upon reflection here. And as a result of that later cut, he jumped 33.8 meters. 33.8 meters. And Paul Schnogel has vaulted himself into 3rd place overall. So Paul Schnogel there with about a 40-point differential between himself and the next person above him, who is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. And Mikhail Hanatenko is just marginally above him. So Paul Schnogel has markers in all 3 events. Barely. But he will certainly qualify deeper into this this boys U14 jump final. Here comes Paul Schnogel. Huge turn. Didn't quite like the look of that approach off the second wake, so dumping the handle and taking the pass. But he has the lead jump distance. He has the 1,000 points currently for being the best overall skier in that particular event. So Paul Schnogel there with 35.7 meters, or 33.8 meters. I beg your pardon. So we're just looking at this once again. Paul Schnogel passing up on the 3rd and last jump. So 33.8 was the previous jump distance. So chopping and changing, to and fro in here in the overall battle. And just to let you know, in the overall competition, wow. We got Mikołaj Hanatenko currently in the lead ahead of Paul Schnogel, who is now moved up from third into second on the strength of that better jump distance on the middle attempt there with 33.8 meters. Nikolaos Anatopoulos is in third. Gleb Schmolic is in fourth. And then we got a trio of Swiss skiers, Artur Bruto, Leon Gut, and Gabriel Bruto in fifth, sixth, and seventh place respectively. And you just never know. The Swiss might have something to say in the team competition. Who knows? So now we're down to our final three. Maximilian Zielinski from Poland. So Maximilian Zielinski, he's got 3 jumps here to find a path through to the next round of the competition. It's going to be relatively straightforward for him. Anything more than 25.1 and he advances. But he would love to try and claw back some of the gap that currently exists between him and the overall competition. Let's see what he's got. This is Maximilian Zielinski. A little bit back in the air, but managing to hold on to that jump and will ride that distance out. All right, looking at this, Maximilian Zielinski. And this jump is going to be big. Should be the distance necessary to see him through to the next round. Okay, so here's the distance of 32 meters, exactly 32 meters. So 32 meters, Maximilian Zielinski, good for a spot in the next round. Let's see what that does to the overall competition. Maximilian Zielinski is currently in 5th place overall, with a little over 2,000 overall points. That puts him in the top 5. But if he can jump a little bit more, that will claw back some of the deficit between himself and those that are currently above him in the overall. Maximilian Zielinski, 32 meters on the first jump, currently putting him in 2nd spot on the jump distance chart. So receiving some encouragement from our Polish contingent, and the jump distance is a 35.7. Okay, so 35.7. Maximilian Zielinski is currently in 5th place overall, but Maximilian Zielinski has moved from 5th to 4th in boys overall. Now in 4th place in boys overall. How much higher can he climb? Well, if he gets some more distance, then he can claw the 55-point gap that exists between himself and Nikolaos Anatopoulos. So he could put himself in the position where he might well be on the podium in the U14 boys overall, at least overnight prior to the jump-in finals, or all of the event finals. Here he comes, and losing some of that energy out the back there, but not enough to cause the fall, mind you. That is Maximilian Zielinski. And at some point, Maximilian, it's time to let go. All right there, so Maximilian Zielinski. We'll be curious to find out what that jump distance was on the third and last attempt. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to 35.7. Indeed, it isn't. With 33.8. .8 there for Maximilian Zielinski. He is through to the next round. So we have 10 of our 12 finalists already accounted for. Maximilian Zielinski, Paul Schnogel, Artur Bruto, Leon Gut, Mikhail Hanatenko, Gabriel Brut. That's 6 of them. And the other 4 consist of Mark Senko, Gleb Smolich, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, and Aaron Lamy. Now our penultimate skier. This was the overnight leader in the U14 boys overall competition. This is Franz Josef Stockinger. Interesting to note that towards the end of the jumping competition, the 2 Austrian heavy hitters are right at the very end, and it could be a suggestion that the Austrians could well have an upper hand in the team overall. But we'll see what Franz Josef can knock down with the opening jump. Franz Josef Stockinger. Ah, look at that press off the top of the jump there. Extremely impressive jump in there from Franz Josef Stockinger.
991486.
And I'm sure that man has had a few words with Franz Josef over the last few seasons. Franz Oberleitner. And the first jump is 34.9 meters. Now, 34.9 meters. That puts him ahead of Paul Schnogel into second place. What does that do for the overall? Well, Franz Josef Stockinger, welcome back in the overall. His jump of 34.9, you're not going to believe this, folks. That puts him 3 points clear in the overall battle against Mikhail Hanatenko. That puts him actually significantly more than that, like 603 points. My mistake. But he is in the lead in the overall, and looks like we dropped him over at the bottom end of the lake for some reason. I'm not too sure why. Okay, so the time on that jump there for Franz Josef Stockinger was deemed to be slow, which means that he was given an unfair disadvantage. Now, Okay, so the slow boat time was registered in the first segment, which actually provides the skier with an unfair advantage, because if you come into the course slower, that means that in order to average out the boat speed, the boat has to accelerate more and higher to stay within the realms of the rules. So there we go. That is Franz Josef Stogginger, who jumped 34.9 meters, is currently in the overall lead by about 603 overall points. And that's almost unassailable, folks. The distance should be revealed in just a moment here. Okay, the distance coming through for Franz Josef Stogginger. It is 30 meters exactly. Now, what does this do in regards to that first jump being a slow time, being that it delivered an unfair advantage? Okay, so here's the rub, folks. If he jumps over 34.9 on the previous jump, it's a done deal. We'll take on our next skier. But if he jumps less, then there will be a re-ride in the offering, which I believe is going to be capped at 34.9 meters as the top distance. Now here he comes, and I think that one is going to be closer to 35 or 36. Never mind needing to jump a re-ride. Getting some great lift there, and he just sailed on into the landing. That is Franz Josef Stogginger. And any kind of additional distance for him is certainly going to help him in the overall battle. Oh, look at this. As he comes into the dock, and he's had his distance conveyed to him. It is 38.5, which does a number of things for him. One, it makes him a skier through to the next round of the competition. Two, it puts him in the lead, I believe. Yes, he is. He's in the lead with 38.5, but significantly, it means that he has the 1,000 points in overall. He has the 1,000 points for being the top overall skier in that particular discipline, and it will increase upon his 603 point differential that he has against himself and Mikhail Hanatenko. Looks like we have a bit of an issue before we go on to Frederick Volnar of Austria. We'll try and keep you apprised of whatever's going on here, but there's certainly a reason why that 38.5 meters isn't going through as a completely official distance, because all right then, so, okay folks, are you ready for this? 38.5 on that last jump distance, slow time. Still means the same status in relation to jump number one. If he outjumps jump number one in terms of distance, then we're done. But if he doesn't, then there is a re-ride in a potential for a re-ride based upon the first jump distance of 34.9. Now, Franz Josef Stogginger is already through to the final round of the competition. Make no mistake about that. Even the middle jump distance of 30 meters exactly was enough to do that. But the question mark is over the 34.9 meter jump, which had a slow time, and the 38.5 meter jump, which also had a slow boat time. So Franz Josef Stogginger just taking some little snippets of advice before he gets sent out onto the water again. And I think that Franz Josef Stogginger probably has selected a letter that may be a little bit that may result on some of those jump times being a little bit slower than anticipated. So maybe he's going up a letter or two to compensate for that. Okay, so maybe not an adjustment so far as letter is concerned. It's probably going to involve a change in the power factor. Don't ask me to explain too much about it because I'm in a little bit in the woods myself with that. So if he jumps over 34.9 meters, we are done with Franz Josef. But if it comes up to be less, then we will go into the re-ride phase of this set. So we wait for the distance to come through. This should be enough. Indeed it is. Looking at this jump again, and we'll bring the distance up to you on the lower third. 35.8 meters, 35.8, we are done. So 35.8. So we're done with that distance. Slow first segment again. So I'm not too sure why Franz Josef is becoming a bit of a challenge to Paul for his jumps more than anyone else. Now fatigue starts to set in here, especially considering how hot the temperatures are in this part of the world, in Agrinio in Greece. It's almost 40 degrees for a daytime high. Okay, so we're going to rewrite the first jump again. So 35.8 has been scrubbed out. Now this is going to have a huge bearing upon the overall competition because, I mean, the only official distance that he has in his pocket right now is 30 meters. Boys' overall current results still show that Franz Josef Stogginger has about a 6-point advantage, 603-point advantage between himself and Mikhail Hanatenko, but that was on the basis of the first jump being the original distance. Now, if we were to apply the best official jump distance into the mix, then it might actually turn out that the point gap between those two is been reduced significantly. Not enough to see Franz Josef Stockinger relinquish first place for second, mind you, don't get me wrong. But when it comes down to the overall competition, any opportunity that one can get to increase one's points, especially given that the competition is very, very evenly matched, then yeah, I mean the onus is upon the athlete to try and make as much hay whilst the sun still shines, as it were. All right, then. Another thought that just came to my head is if we're having trouble now getting some of these jumps and these boat times within tolerance, what could potentially happen going forwards when we go into the U17s in both girls and boys? And we are running with a relatively old boat. It is the Nautique 200. So now and our chief judge Candido Mose has made a decision based on upon what we're seeing right now. Maximum of 2 rejumps is permitted. Here we go, Franz Josef Stockinger. Decent, but was it enough? Was it enough to be on level terms with the jumps that he produced earlier of 34.9, and then it became 35.8, and then we'll see what that jump distance comes through at with. Okay, all right then. The jump distance comes through. .1 meters, 37.1 meters, and just when you thought it wasn't going to get any crazier than it's going through right now, it's another slow time. So huge implications going along here. 37.1 meters is the jump on number 1, but that too has been presented as a slow time. So the judges are going to discuss this. His only official distance is 30 meters, and with that much of a reduction in metric jump distance would have a huge implication so far as the overall is concerned. Like I said, not to the point where the number 1 position in the boys overall is relinquished for second place, but enough to where that enough of a space between the two to where it keeps it within range. So we've got Frederick Volnar getting ready to go with his 3 jumps. And there is, I believe, Christophe Devergier. All right, the judges are discussing the situation right now. We'll get back to you momentarily. Okay, they've taken it. Okay, so we've got Frederick Volnar coming in on jump number 1. Our last skier, our last action in the Elimination Round Series in the U14 boys and the U14 competition as a whole. Oh, nice lift and a beautifully executed jump there for Frederick Volnar. Okay, from what I'm able to understand, the officials have elected to keep. They're still in discussion right now from what I'm hearing over intercom, but again, huge implications in terms of the boys' overall competition with Frederick Volnar's distance coming through. Again, a good pull off the boat there. Times appear to be okay, 37.4. So 37.4 meters there for Frederick Volnar. So Frederick Volnar potentially in the lead with that jump distance of 37.4. All right then, so here we go. This is Frederick Volnar. Yeah, brilliant looking jump there, and expanding upon his lead, and by the token that he's jumped as far as he needs to go in order to make it through to the next round. It means that Etienne Barron, we say cheerio to him in respect to him making it through to the jump final. His jump of 25.1 on the outside looking in. Frederick Volnar, he's going to be part of the jump final, and the jump distance that he could potentially carry through is a 38.5 meter jump. Okay, so Frederick Volnar with 38.5 meters now. He's part of the overall mix itself as well. And Frederick Volnar has vaulted himself into the overall battle. He's currently in 5th spot, just 25 points away from 4th. Here he comes. Frederick Volnar pushing the envelope there with 38.5-meter jump on jump number 2, and this will conclude the Elimination Round Series in U14s with the boys at Jump Series 1. Swimming into the shore. We await the distance. It should be coming through soon. So the boat called a fall on that jump, but it doesn't really matter too much. And certainly not in terms of him making it through to the jump final, and certainly it is not going to relinquish the lead as a result of that 0 score with the jumps. Dropped the handle, but you see there is a prime example of needing to stand up and to demonstrate skiing position before letting go of the handle and skiing into the dock. So there you go, and scoring 0 on that jump there. That is Frederick Volnar. But the tower officials have overridden that 0 score and will assess the distance. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to 38.5 meters. They're going to measure that jump. So all kinds of controversy in this jump event. 2 DQs, multiple re-rides based upon a slow boat time in the initial sector. And then we've got this. All the potential major incidents all packed into one nice little event, huh? So we're just waiting on that 3rd and last jump distance. You can hear that music from Jeopardy in the background. And if any of you want to clip this video and do that for me, then you're most certainly welcome. Here is the schedule, the remaining part of the schedule: U17 girls jump, U17 boys jump in that order. 10 skiers will appear in the girls jump final, and 12 in the boys U17 final. All right, for those of you that are just joining us, you are joining us here at an opportune time. We have officials discussing the Franz Josef Stockinger incident with jump number 1. We have an incident in regards to Frederick Volnar on his 3rd and last jump, who was initially scored 0 for dropping the handle too early on the landing on his 3rd and last jump, but the tower officials have overridden that assessment and will measure the jump distance and give that information to us as quickly as possible. Then a little bit earlier on, we've had not 1 but 2 DQs for jumps being refused on the wrong side of the ramp. I won't tell you the names of those skiers. They're already pretty upset about their respective instances enough already. All right then. Okay, so when we come back, it should be in time at the tail end of the discussion for Franz Josef, the resolution of the third and last jump, and whatever else that we can think of. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. When we return, it should be just in time for the U17 Girls Series 2 jumps. Back after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat. A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Schwab Ski and Board online at SchwabSNB.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
All right then, folks. Let's give you an update on some news that we had developing prior to hitting that last break. Franz Josef Stockinger will be allowed to keep 37.1 meters, and that is going to apply to his overall score. 37.1 meters is good to go for him. So too is 38.5 meters for Frederick Volnar, who takes the lead in the jump competition. Maximilian Zielinski in third place. Paul Schnogel in fourth with 33.8. And Mikolau Hanatenko representing the top five. And then you see the remaining scores for Senko, Bruto, Groot, Lamy, Anatopoulos, Bruto again, and Smolich. So the top 10 will advance from the U17 girls elimination round series. Nina Torrens will be our leadoff skier, followed by Sanaya Rovotska. Then there's Daya Kezolskaya, Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez, Sofia Shusterova, Sandra Leo, Willow Skipsey, Magdalena Falla, and Kenzia Anastrom. That is Series 2. Then we'll go to Series 1, where there will be 10 competitors in the mix, and the top 10 will advance. Nina Torrens, our first competitor out from Switzerland, is already out on the water. Right there, here comes Nina Torrens. Nicely done. Lands the first jump and sets a score in motion for the U17 girls Series 2 jumps. Okay, here's the jump distance, 14.5 meters, 14.5 to get things up and running in the U17 Girls Series 2 jumping competition. We'll have 9 skiers in this series, we'll have 10 in the next one, and the top 10 will advance. Okay, here comes Nina Torrens.
He's saying that I'm wide.
Oh, and getting pulled a little bit off to the back and to the inside, coming off the ramp. So that is Nina Torrens out of Switzerland. 0 score on jump number 2. Handle already up a little bit high to start off with when she edged in towards the jump, and then she realized too late that that the handle was way up there. Unfortunately, unable to stabilize herself into the landing. Right, Nina Torrens, third and final attempt. They're a little back in the air, but managing to salvage that jump. So Nina Torrens riding those SP jump skis. And doing a pretty good job with them. So there we go with 14.7 meters. Like the SP jumpers have a safety label at the back. I may not have been paying too much attention over the years, but I think the whole concept of jumping is, and having the safety label there is pretty. I think the dangers of jumping are pretty much implicit, but I could be wrong, of course. All right then, so Nina Torrens. There with all of her jumps are taken care of. 14.7, her best jump out of the three. Now, Sanaya Ravotska. So we'll rejoin the overall battle here, and Nina Torrens, our first of our competitors to put up a score in the overall competition based upon the scores from all three events. Out of the two events that were deciding finals placements over the last couple of days. Maria Popova had the overnight lead from last night, and Maria Popova will be our third from last skier to go in the U17 girls jumps Series 1. Whoa, and taking in a little bit of heat there. That is Kasanaya Ravotska. Expect that jump to give her a boost in the overall competition, at least something significantly more than Nina Torrens was able to achieve. So the first jump. There we go, 28.3 meters, 28.3. meters. Let's see how that shapes up in terms of overall scoring. Well, Kasanaya Ravotska has vaulted into the lead in the overall competition on 25.13.17. But expect that overall competition reckoning to change almost with every skier that we bring out. Casina taking in a lot of speed, and the control was okay.
7-1.
That jump there should be around about the same range, maybe a little bit more. And we should see the score being revealed any moment now with on the basis of that jump there, and not holding the skis together all that well. Okay, so that's a 28.7 meters, 28.7. Now, what does that do to the overall? Well, so far as the placements are concerned, it doesn't change very much, but the points differential has just gone up by about 0.4 of a meter, the equivalent of. So maybe some fractions of an overall point, or maybe 1 or 2, but certainly not anything much in terms of the overall battle. Sanaya Rivotska coming in on jump number 3. Oh, and almost blown out the front of the skis there. She's certainly leaving it all on the line there, and we'll see if it's good enough to sustain her lead in the overall competition. As she paddles her way through back to the shoreline. The jump distance, oh, okay, it's a little bit better. It is 29.3. 29.3. And that ought to keep her in the lead in the overall competition. 29.3 meters. All right, jumper on the water, Nedzhaya Kazalskaya, also from Belarus. Right, that boat making a turn around the bottom end. All right, here she comes. Nedzhaya Kazalskaya, and coming in late on that one, and getting very close to the bottom right-hand corner. We'll see how close she actually was with the instant replay, and seeing if there's any cause for concern going forwards. already chasing down a distance of 29.3 meters. And that distance has been chased down to the point where she has taken the lead with a 30.3. 30.3 meters on jump number one, and she was starting to flatten off before the base there, and would indicate that she was just a skosh early on the turn and had to come off the extreme edge a little bit just to make it onto the surface in a place where she is comfortable with. Nadzaya Kazalskaya on the water now, taking the lead away from her compatriot Sanaya Ravotska. That jump has the legs to be somewhat similar in terms of distance.
7.2, 8.0.
Just receiving some instructions along the shoreline there, and she'll also receive the distance, which should be published very, very soon. And the distance, I have a feeling that this jump was actually a little bit longer, and that feeling is confirmed there to the tune of a 36.2 meters. Coming in on the third and last attempt, already has a pretty hefty lead with about a 36 meter jump. Good set of jumps, highly aggressive, and working to match the effort there. So that last jump there, 34.9, 34.9. Okay, so the best jump distance for Nadzaya Kazalskaya is a 36.2. Nadzaya Kazalskaya has taken the lead in the overall, ahead of Sanaya Ravotska. Not that much to choose in terms of a points differential. About a 60-point difference, and maybe a little bit less. As we now bring on our skier, Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. There you go. That is Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. Looking good there on the jump number 1. Just a reminder that that this category advances 10 skiers through to the final. Okay, the first jump distance, 10.3 meters, 10.3 meters. All right, 10.3 meters. She's working from that mark right now. This is Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez, and unable to land and ride that jump out. So coming to us from Spain, this is Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez getting ready for a one final jump. And performing the same kind of salvage operation there with a jumping as a good few many companies here in this part of the world do with shipping. So 10.3 meters on jump number 1, and 12.5 on the last one. All right, there. Let's continue on. Sophia Schuster. All right there. So our next competitor is from Slovakia. Her name is Sofia Schuster. Here comes Sophia, 3/4 cut now. Well, she certainly wasn't afraid of the jump. She was just more afraid of the landing of the jump there more than anything else. She came off the jump there with a pretty upright stance. When it came down to the landing phase, she rocked back, and that caused that fall. So that was Sophia Schuster falling on jump number 1. She has 2 attempts remaining. Okay there, so continuing on with our coverage. We got Sofia Schuster of Slovakia. approaching the jump course here. Here's Sophia Schuster. And that's a lot better. Technique and everything was a lot better going into the landing. Looking at this jump here. So 18.8 meters. So 18.8 meters on jump number 2. Okay, here comes Sophia Schuster. Taking an early approach on that jump there, but managing to get something out of that jump as well. Whether it's anything more than 18.8 is another matter. But Sophia Schuster rounds off her performance for the nation of Slovakia. So 19.7 meters, 19.7 for Sophia Schuster. So with Sophia Schuster taken care of, we now go on to Sandra Leal, coming to us out of Finland. Okay, so Sophia Schuster, currently third in the jump competition with 19.7 meters, and is currently third place in girls overall. But behind the two Belarusian girls by a relatively gargantuan margin. Keep an eye on the U17 girls' overall results as and when they happen. And Sandra Leal doing wonders with that jump ramp. Skier number 6, Sandra Leal. So the jump distance, and we'll have a look at that during the instant replay. Up and over. will record a distance of 17.5 meters, 17.5. So turning round at the end of the Stratos Lake, the eastern end, which is adjacent to the main sluices that separate the reservoir, which is located just above Stratos Lake. Yes. Nicely done. That should be a little bit further. That is Sandra Leal. And the distance should be a little bit better. Not by much, though. And it is 17.7 meters, 17.7. But positioning into the ramp looks pretty textbook for a skier of her level. Here we go, coming on in. That could be very, very close to the 20-meter mark. So she swims in. And you're hearing some claps and some cheering in the background, and that is because that last jump yielded a 19.1 meter distance. There's certainly one or two motions that the one could attach to this. Yes, it's certainly the best jump distance, and it's probably a personal best, but how close you're to that 20-meter milestone and come up a little bit short. Well, it's kind of like the analogy of whether you judge a glass to be half full or half empty, I guess. So now we move on from Finland to Great Britain. And skier about to take to the water is Willow Skipsey. So Willow Skipsey, we'll see what she's done by way of a personal best. Okay, so Willow Skipsey in the jump event has posted distances upwards of about 15 meters. Doesn't jump an awful lot in competition, but 15 or 16 meters is about to where she's landing her jumps in recent times. So we're just waiting on the distance to be known to us. Right there, leaning over the left ski coming into the jump there and just flattening off and taking off for 12.7 meters, 12.7. So Willow Skipsey currently in 6th place right now with 12.7 meters. And she can make some headway here as she can get above 14 and maybe get on the cusp of about 19 meters. Let's see what she can produce here and now. She's going to go for the 3/4 cut. Here she comes. A shallow 3/4, turns in, drives in home, and didn't feel 100% going there off the second wake, and was certainly not inclined to point the skis towards the jump halfway through the turn. That would have made them almost completely uncontrollable, and the result might not have been all that pleasant. So that's the reason she passed on jump number 2. So Willow Skipsey been given some instructions by the GB team manager Benjamin Turp. A well-liked team manager. So Willow Skipsey on those Goodman jump skis. We'll see if she's got anything left in the tank with the remaining jump out of the 3 that she was allocated. So Willow Skipsey. Looks like she's going to take a wider approach here on the 3/4 cut. Hoping to build up some speed and to build up some energy coming into the base of the jump here. Yeah, nicely done there with the edge and with the landing, and the Willow Skipsey should be pretty good with that. Willow Skipsey. We're going to see the jump distance posted up very, very soon. And it is going to be 11.7 meters, 11.7. Her best jump is 12.7. That is Willow Skipsey. Now, our next jumper is going to be Magdalena Faller. Magdalena Faller, our next competitor to go in the jump event. right there, here we go. This is Magdalena Falla. Oh, nice.
962407. No, there was no.
Struggled a little bit with the landing and with the airform, but aside from that, it looked like a fairly safe-looking jump. And it is 16.4 meters, 16.4 for Magdalena Falla. All right then, Magdalena Falla coming into the course, hoping to improve upon 16.4 meters. There you go, pulling up her knees a little bit there, coming into land. First jump produced a distance of just a little over 16 meters. This jump, however, was a little bit further, which is 18.3 meters. Looks like we're dropping her in the water for a reason which will become clear fairly soon, I hope. Okay, so apparently the two previous jumps are to be scrubbed because of the switch not operating. That was the first of them. So she's going to have a re-ride on jump number 2, and then we'll take her in for a third jump proper. All right there, so apparently we're about to go into a technical delay. When we return, we'll have the continuation of U17 Girls Series 2 jumps next.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Welcome back, and before we went into that break, before we ended this break, we had a technical delay concerning the jump switch, and to that end, we are granting Magdalena Falla the complete set from the start through to the end, completely rerun, no protected score, no nothing. So let's see what Magdalena Falla has now. And lands that jump there, and can definitely detect the jump switch working within the right specifications. Okay, 17.6 meters, 17.6. We'll see if she has something around about the same range, if not a little bit further. Magdalena Falla from Austria.
Because I don't have them in my head, especially in this one. 9.5.
Seems to have a pretty good handle on the situation now. 17.6 on the opener. We'll see if that second jump is anything substantive. Distance is 18.5, 18.5. And 18.5 would actually put her in about 5th place right now. So far as the girls overall is concerned, she is in 5th place overall as well. Nazaya Kazalskaya still in the lead for Belarus in the U17 girls overall, followed by Sanaya Ravotska. Sophia Schuster in 3rd, Nina Torrens in 4th, and Magdalena Falla in 5th. That's where the overall is looking like right now, but it can and it will change. Oh, yeah. Was even tempted to push over the tips of her jump skis a little bit, but not by much. Okay, so the eventual best distance, 19.5 meters, 19.5 for Magdalena Faller. Next skier, which is our last one in Girls Series 2, is Kensia Anastrom. So Kensia Anastrom comes in with a good amount of speed there, and looking pretty strong out there. Had some great speed and some combined with some excellent lift that should lift her above the 20-meter or so mark. A little back in the air, it does have to be said. But now she's got a little bit of confidence and can work from that. $18.6 on jump number 1, and she has 2 attempts left. All right, here we go now. This is Kensia Anastrom. Turns in. All right. So a little better this time, and she got to wait a little bit more over the tips of her skis rather than all the way towards the back. Around about the same area, 18.4 meters, 18.4. One more jump to come for her, and one more jump out of the U17 Girls, a Series 2 jump section. Here we go with Kensia Anastrom. That one looks to be about the same range as well, around about 18 or so meters. So 18.9 will eventually be her best jump distance, 18.9 for Kenzie Anastrom. Just getting a little bit crouched over, and that resulted in her weight being thrown towards her back. But it's still a good way to end the set there. That's 18.9. So now, with 10 skiers remaining, all of them in Series 1, it means that whoever takes the lead at this early stage of the game, which means a distance in excess of 36.2 meters, whoever exceeds that between now and the end will have a guaranteed spot through to the next round. Of course, the cut line can be reduced. For any of those competitors that come up short of 36.2. All right then, so you just saw the leaderboard. We have 10 skiers to go, and then once we get past this break, we will show your Series 1 jumpers to come, or 10 skiers to go in the U17 girls competition. We'll be back right after this.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
right there. So returning to action, we're down to our final 10 U17 girls in the elimination round. There is your schedule. Series 1 jumps for the U17s, and then we'll go on to the remaining series for the U17 boys. Stelani Zisapollo will be our lead-off skier, followed by Rosa Niskova, Melis Laforestier, Yesvalita Nyatskaya, Rosa Jelenik, Maya Leonhardt, Isabel Cosgrove, Maria Popova, Melody Morel, and Scarlett Graham. So Stelani Zisapolou of Greece. Up and over, a well-constructed jump there, making sure that she lands and gets a score on the board. Important because there are implications for doing such a feat in regards to overall. So 18.1 meters on the opening jump there. Right there, so 18.1. Stelani Zisapolou, 18.1 on the opening jump, but this is a 3/4 cut now. This should be, this should yield a bigger distance if she can hold her edge through the jump here. Yeah, managing to hold it together. Helped along by the huge support from the partisan crowd here. Jump is going to be bigger, and indeed it is. It's 19.8 meters, 19.8 meters. So we'll see if she's got anything closer to 20 meters with the remaining jump. And bear in mind that whoever has the lead front at this stage of the game will have a sure way to a sure path on her way to the under-17 girls jump final. But that is going to be a tall order, considering that the distance to make that happen is 36.2 meters. All right. Looking at that once again. She'll ski up to the shore. And that should all but confirm that with 36.2, Nadzaya Kezlskaya has gone the first spot through to the final. with 9 skiers remaining. So squatting down a little bit as she came into the ramp there, but using the boat's pull effectively. Taking a look at here with the overhead drone shot there. And as the finish come alive with their skier Rosa Niskova. We're still waiting on the distance. So the distance is 20.8 meters to 0.8 meters. All right, here we go now. This here is Rosa Niskova. Turns, drives it in. That might well be enough to send her over 20 meters. The next breakthrough score is 29.3 meters to the best of my estimation. Sanaya Ravodska has that breakthrough score. And the jump that we see recorded with this skier is 23.7 meters. Rosa Niskova from Finland. So coming in from the east end, from where the sun rises. Here we go. This is Rosa Niskova. Already through to the next round of the competition, the final, which will contain 10 skiers. We've already permitted one through. And Rosa Niskova taking a bit of a hit there on the landing portion of that jump. Okay, so Rosa Niskova has got one more jump to come, and if she jumps more than 29.3 meters, then she would very deservedly see herself a spot into the final round. If she comes up short, then Sanaya Ravotska would take her place. And as it turns out, Rosa Niskova, with her jump distance so far of a 23.7, is the next cut line. Should she come up short of the existing cut line, which is 29.3 meters. Here we go now. This is her last jump. Rosa Niskova, who may not have the distance so far to immediately make her way through to the next round. But if there is a jumper out there that will jump less than 23.7, then Rosa Niskova may not need that distance anyway. So that therefore means that Sanaya Ravotska is also through to the next round of the competition. And it therefore means that the cut line is now 23.7 meters, courtesy of Rosa Niskova. So 10 skiers in this series 1. 2 of those have already gone and are in the clubhouse. One of those competitors is from Greece, Stelani Zisopoulou with 20.8 meters. The other with 23.7 meters for Rosa Niskova. And Rosa Niskova is currently in 3rd place because there are 2 jumpers above her. Nadzaya Kezelskaya with 36.2, and Zanaya Rivotska with 29.3. Okay, on the water right now, representing France, it's Maëlys Leforestier. Okay, Maëlys Leforestier coming in, driving it in home. Taking that jump, getting a secure score under her belt. If this is more than 23.7, then she will advance through to the next round of the competition. But if not, Rosa Niskova will be one jump closer to making it through. 19.6 meters, 19.6 meters. So 19.6. Still needs about 4 or so meters in improvement so far as her distances are concerned. Make that closer to 5. Here comes Maëlys Laforestier, pushing herself out there over the tips of her skis in this U17 Girls Series 1 jump section. Maëlys Laforestier, for her part, has jumped 21 point distance of 19.6, and there is a 21.8 meters. So 21.8 is on the board there for Maëlys Laforestier. Ah, yes, a brilliant looking last jump there. All right, just waiting on the distance to be shown up on the screen. Maëlys Laforestier jumping progressively better with each jump there. Okay, so there's the jump, there's the distance that carries her through with a 28.2 meters. Maëlys Laforestier has advanced through to the next round of the competition. So 19.6 on the first, 25.4 on the second, and the last jump of 28.2 sends her to the next round, and Rosa Niskavara is going to have to wait a little bit longer because our next skier to take to the water is Yelizaveta Nyahotskaya. Okay, so Yelizaveta Nyahotskaya. Turns in, drives it in hard, and that should be enough. Might even be enough to take the lead over Nadziara Keselskaya, who's currently leading with a distance of 36.2 meters. Came in with a lot of speed, and the lift wasn't all that bad either. Just look at her drive, look at her poise coming off the second wake, rock solid, and just pushing those knees back off the top of the ramp there. The jump distance should be very, very close to the latter portions of the 30-meter distance. All right, here we go as Yelizaveta Nihotskaya comes in, second jump. A lot of speed, but not nearly as much control there, coming into the jump and through it. Yelizaveta Nihotskaya, whom we believe has the lead jump distance at this moment. 40 meters on the first jump there. That secondary effort was 37.3. 37.3 on the second jump, and even that distance alone would have been enough to take the lead. So we'll indicate right here, right now, that Yelizaveta Nihotskaya is through to the jump final. So Yelizaveta Nihotskaya could well have taken the lead in the overall competition as well, with that big distance of 40 meters. Bigger jump there. I heard that little bit of float there towards the end of that effort there. So Yelizaveta Nihotskaya from Belarus. Taking in a lot of speed, a good dosage of it here. Leaping 39.5 meters on the third and last jump there, about 130 feet, but her best jump is 40 meters exactly, the equivalent of a little over that distance threshold of 130 feet, to the tune of 131. Skier on the water is Rosa Jelenek. Okay, this is Rosa Jelenik now, coming in on jump number 1. Trying to push out as far as she can on that distance, and as long as it's something more than the cut mark. The cut mark being Rosa Niskova, which is a distance of 23.7 meters. That should do it. So the distance flashed up on your screen right there is 30.9. 30.9 meters there for her. Rosa Jelenik now. 30.9 has already gone past the distance that she needed in order to qualify for the girls' jump final. So coming back, and it's a better jump distance. It is a 32.6, 32.6. .6 puts directly behind Nadzhaya Kazatskaya and our current leader with 40 meters. Yelizaveta Nayhotskaya. Here she comes one more time, Rosa Jelenik. The height was certainly there, but I don't think she followed through with enough speed to claw the gap between herself and Yelizaveta Nayhotskaya, who is the lead competitor and our only competitor so far in this competition to jump 40 meters or more. So something to keep in mind is the U17 girls will take the top 10 and make them jump finalists for their final event, which will take place sometime during the course of this weekend. We have 5 competitors already confirmed as finalists. Sanaya Rivotska, Nadzaya Kazolskaya, alongside Melis Laforestier, Yelizaveta Nyhotskaya, and Rosa Jelenik. That's half of the 10. Let's see how the remaining half does. 5 more competitors to go. The cut line is more than 23.7. Maya Leonhardt is on the water right now for Germany. Okay, so 32.5 meters, 32.5 meters. That means that Maya Leonhardt has made sure of her participation in the girls' jumping final. There's your leaderboard. Nyhotskaya still out in the lead with a 40-meter jump. So Maya Leonhardt's there with a second jump distance. It looks impressive. She's trying her best out there, and she hooks up with the turn, drives it on home. 34.3. All right, one final jump here for Maya Leonhardt. Currently in third place with 34.3 meters and has got one last attempt at her disposal. So 3 consistently long jumps there from Maya Leonhardt. So 36.2 is the last jump, 36.2. So 36.2 for Maya Leonhardt, which actually ties the second place jump distance of Nadzaya Kazolskaya. Okay, so with Maya Leonhardt short of a place through to the final, our next competitor from Great Britain is Izzy Cosgrove. 4 more competitors to go. We have a 6 that have already made it through to the next round. All right, so as we continue on, the 6 that have made it so far is Sinaya Ravotska, Nadzea Kazalskaya, Melis Laforestier, Yesvalita Nihotskaya, Rosa Jelenik, and Maya Leonhardt in no particular order. The lead is currently held by Yesvalita Nihotskaya on 40 meters. Izzy Cosgrove, let's see what she does as she passes up on jump number 1. She has two more rolls of the dice. The Union flags are flying and getting behind Izzy Cosgrove. So Izzy Cosgrove getting ready to go. Has got 2 jumps remaining. Anything more than about 23.7 meters, the one and only distance from Rosa Niskavara, would be enough. Should be able to do it on a single, but we'll see what she can do by way of the second jump. There you go, that should be enough. Izzy Cosgrove, still very much in the frame for a decent position in the overall competition. The scores should be coming up if it's any more than 23.7. Distance coming through. Oh, this is huge. This is 32.8 meters. 32.8. 32.8 meters for Izzy Cosgrove. She advances through to the next round of the competition. All right, here she comes, Izzy Cosgrove. One last jump. She's already qualified through to the final. Oh yeah, that's a very smart-looking jump there from Izzy Cosgrove. Skis into the dock, having established her full skiing position to our officials before edging towards the shore and letting go of the rope. The distance coming through, it is 36.2. Now, where have I seen 36.2 before? On at least a couple of occasions. One of those jumps to Rosa Jelenek, and one of the middle jumps. In fact, the best jump from Nedzhaya Kezlskaya. So 36.2 meters. That puts her into a three-way tie for second place right now with Nedzhaya Kezlskaya and Maya Leonhardt. Yezvalita Nyhotskaya is still in the lead as we get ready for our final three. We'll have Melody Morel and Scarlett Graham take to the water soon. But before that, we'll bring on the overnight girls overall leader in the U17 competition. It is Maria Popova. This is Maria Popova. Coming in, driving it on home. Good distance, good float. Nice speed coming in there. So Maria Popova looking to jump over 40 meters to take the lead in this jump contest. The lead is held by Yezvalita Nyhotskaya. And the distance has come through as the second best jump of a 38.1. .1 she opens up with, and that's good enough to see her through. She definitely harbors far greater ambitions than just merely qualifying for the U17 girls jump final. Here we go, this is Maria Popova now. Setting herself up nice and wide here. Here she comes. Coming in with a little bit of a later timed approach, which allowed her to generate more speed and keep it into the bottom right corner. The distance not quite as big as it was before. 36.6, 36.6. 36.6 meters. Here's Maria Popova, one last jump. Third and final. Owen dropping the handle, but I suspect that there was more than meets the eye in terms of planning on that one. She knew that she had a jump distance that would keep her in contention in the overall competition as well. So just checking out to see how late she could potentially go if she needed to tomorrow in the jump finals. I believe the jump finals for the U17s will actually take place on Sunday, if my memorization of the schedule is correct. Of course, the schedule is subject to change at any time, especially if we get any kind of weather reports that would prompt us to make any changes to accommodate the events that we've got planned for the finalists. Malatine Morel is our next competitor on the water. She comes to us from France. Here comes Malatine Morel. Owen passing up on jump number 1. So I'm sure that she was anxious to check out the conditions and make sure that she was in the best frame of mind to take a poke at the ramp. Just a little bit early, one would imagine. Right, the French flags are flying. Only got one competitor to go after Malatine Morel, and that is Scarlett Graham, the world U17 girls jump champion. Oh yes, picking up some wind out there as she presses the issue. Coming off the jump there. Comes in with a good dose of speed. The jump distance is 37.1. She is qualified to be in the girls U17 jump final. All right, then. Looks like we've got our overall results updated and refreshed. So currently, Yezvalita Nihotskaya is about 30 points ahead in the overall, ahead of Maria Popova. And Izzy Cosgrove currently in third spot overall. But still within the striking distance of performance and increased performance from the likes of Nadzia Kezelskaya, or indeed Maya Leonhardt, who is currently in fifth and not too far behind there either. In fact, the point spread between fourth and fifth is less than a point. Whoa! And Melody Morel. Looks like we need some personnel in there quickly. So Melotine Morel taking a pretty vicious fall out the back there. She's dazed, and I noticed round through the corner of my eye that I think Melotine's mom is on the shoreline, or waiting to see what the condition is, and while we try to assess the situation, I'll keep stum. Okay, that should tell you all you need to know about her condition. Going out the back, taking a huge shot at the bottom half of her body. She was certainly trying to push the envelope there, and I don't know if she sustained any kind of physical injury, anything like that, but she appears to be conscious, and she appears to be responsive. All right, we're still. So they're looking at the reaction from the towboat here. boat making its way back to Malatine Morel almost instantaneously there. And there's Malatine Morel's mum. So Malatine Morel on the back of that Nautique 196. Tanguy was closest to her, and in that whole interaction there, and Ben Turp, who has coached Malatine Morel over in Florida at a ski school just outside Groveland. Like any concerned mom, wanting to get as close as she can to okay, and it's probably worth pointing out that that we didn't cut to a commercial for a simple reason, that there may be parents, or at least half of her immediate family is here, but the other half is probably somewhere else in Europe or anywhere else in the world that can receive the webcast, and no doubt there are other concerned parties, especially those at the ski school in which she frequents and takes her training, and we want to at least show that the skier is conscious and in halfway decent shape at least, and they're going through the initial concussion protocol, although probably not immediately necessary because she doesn't have any more jumps remaining. All right. Okay, so we'll move on from here. We've got Scarlett Graham about to take to the water and jump in. The boat making its way up and down. When it comes back, we will have our final jumper to take to the water next.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, continuing on. One last competitor, Scarlett Graham, the current U17 Girls World Jump Champion. Won that title in the early part of April in Cordoba in Argentina, the IWWF U17 World Water Ski Championships. Now, Scarlett Graham was also due to compete for Italy in the U21 World Water Ski Championships. That's upcoming, and that will be in January over in Bahia Malacos in Peru, and TWBC will be there. Scarlett Graham, jump number 1. That should be enough. Needed anything more than 23.7, and that should do the trick. 8 skiers advance through to the jump final. So it's going to be Scarlett Graham, Melody Morel, Maria Popova, Izzy Cosgrove, Maya Leonhard, Rosa Jelenik, Yezvalita Nyotskaya, Maëlys Laforestier, and Sanaya Ravotska and Nadzira Kezelskaya. 37.3. So let's see what she does with the remaining 2 jumps. So 37.3. That puts her in 3rd place ahead of Melody Morel, but just behind Maria Popova, who is sitting pretty in 2nd spot right now, but is currently in the lead in the overall. Whoa! Scarlett Graham. And a correction there on Maria Popova in terms of the overall. She's currently in 2nd spot right now, with about a 30-point differential between herself and Yezvalita Nyotskaya, who's currently leading for Belarus. Izzy Cosgrove is in 3rd place overall. Distance. This is going to help. It's 40.8, 40.8. She has the lead, and she'll be the last one off the dock in the U17 girls jump final. So only right that the world jumping champion in U17 girls is the last skier off the dock, and the number 1 C coming through to the jump final. Scarlett Graham. And there's the Italian tricolore. And here is the skier that represents it right here and now, Scarlett Graham. Oh yeah, and a good looking jump again. That should be very, very close to the 40-meter mark. So 40.8 on the middle jump distance, and wearing a helmet very reminiscent of Scott the Rocket Man Ellis, and pretty coincidental, really, that she trains with him in the off season. 38.2, 38.2. And as we look and see, not nearly as far as she did on the middle jump, but using that middle jump there to put herself up a little bit higher in the rankings. So as we round off the U17 girls Series 1 jump, let's have a look at the leaderboard. Scarlett Graham will be at the top of that leaderboard, no doubt. There she is, ahead of Yezvalita Nayotskaya, ahead of Popova, Morel, Kazovskaya, Leonhardt, Cosgrove, Jelenek, Ravotka, LaForestier, and those are the 10 that qualify. On the outside looking in, Rosa Niskvara with 23.7, and Stelani Zisapolu with a 20.8, currently in 11th. So that takes care of that. In the overall competition, Scarlett Graham has just leapt into the top 5. She's in 5th. Izzy Cosgrove, on the strength of Melody Morel's effort, is now in 4th. Melody Morel herself is 3rd. And the differential in points between some of these competitors is unbelievably close, with Maria Popova currently in the runner-up spot, and Yelizaveta Nayotskaya from Belarus currently in the lead in the overall going into the finals. And the differential in points between her and Maria Popova, less than 30 points. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to go headlong into the boys jump U17 Series 2. Stand by for action, folks. We'll be back right after this.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right then, so welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, coming to you live from Agrinio in Greece. So apparently there's been some changes on the running order. We'll get you apprised of those very, very soon. It's probably due to the fact that maybe one or two of the jumpers in 1 meter 50 have decided to go at 1.65 meters high, maybe something along those lines. So Ricky and So Ricky and Malte are not competing, which means that we've got this running order. 7 skiers instead of the original 11. Mathaus Raftopoulos, Philippos Silvestrius, Sander Till Grombach, Sebastian Bergschoden, James Cosgrove, Nathan Botcher, and Isaac Donestall. And there is the remaining part of the schedule. Series 2 will feature jumpers exclusively jumping at 1.50 m, whereas Series 1 will have jumpers that will be bold enough to jump at 1.65 meter ramp height. Okay, just to let you know that we have 10 skiers lined up in Series 1. So whomever is in the lead and the runner-up before we go into Series 1 will have pathways through to the boys jumping final in the U17. All right, driving. In this event is Franz Oberleitner. Coming in on his opening attempt to set the stage for what is coming up ahead. Oh, a hard turn, and set himself up a little bit too early. So passing on jump number 1, that is Mathaus Raftopoulos from Greece. A little bit squatted down on the turn, and that certainly didn't help his approach coming into the jump there. That's Mathaus Raftopoulos of Greece. Okay, working our way here. We've got a first jump being a pass, a second jump. Let's see how this pans out. Whoa! So well done there on jump number 2. Skiing on those SP jumpers. And looking at this instant replay once again, we'll get the distance of 30.4 meters, 30.4. Okay, this is Raftopolis right now. Taking in a whole bunch of speed, but his timing was a little ways off and couldn't really keep the skis from almost hitting him in the face as he comes off the jump. So 30.3 on the last one. Consistent, I give him that. So now we'll move on from Mateus Raftopolis to our next competitor, who should be Philippos Silvestrius. Okay, so dockside right now, getting ready for the line to go tight and take him out for the free jumps that he has at his disposal. Philippos Silvestrius. We're in bib number 3 from Greece. Here we go, here comes Philippos from Greece with jump number 1. His compatriot has already gone 30.4 meters. Yes, coming in with a lot of heat there. So the distance we flashed up on your screen, it is a new lead distance, so it's going to be 33.1. So 33.1 it is on jump number 1. And was he just tempted just a little bit to push over on the tips of the skis to gain a little bit more distance, but common sense prevailed. Here he is, Philippos Silvestrius now. Whoa, 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 whoa! A little bit of show ski action there towards the end of that jump. Picked up that ski and was almost going to ride out on the single ski. And increased his jump distance by a smidge there. That is 34.3 meters. So increasing upon his jump distance that he produced earlier, and we'll take a look at this landing one more time. Almost getting completely out of sorts with that landing. And here he comes with the full double cut. Yeah, that second edge certainly helped him out there off the second wake. Turned and headed towards the jump there. And just used a little bit of a double edge to get the job done there on that third and last jump there. 34.3 is his best before we know the distance on that third and last. 31.9, so he may actually have been a little bit early coming into that jump. Had to come off his edges and then get back on them again to get onto the jump and get a halfway decent flight out of that distance. And getting yanked out of the hole there. Right there, so moving right along, and we're bringing on our next competitor. He comes to us from Denmark. It is going to be Sander Thiel Gronbæk. Roger that. Okay, Sander Thiel Gronbæk, first attempt. Jump distance should be around about somewhere between 15 meters and 20. Kind of crushed that on jump number one. So working off the first jump distance that came through at 22.1. Sander Thiel Gronbæk currently in third place after 3 competitors at this moment in time. A little bit more energy into that one and getting closer to the distance that he truly wants to leave here with. So 20. So distance a little further into the 20s now. So coming on in on his third. Oh no! And he goes out the back. He was trying to push for more, but he's fine. He wanted to push. He had second thoughts, and ended up with a best jump distance of 24.3 meters, 24.3. That is for Sander Thiel Grombeck. And that left ski got really, really squirrely on him, and he just needed to pass on that jump, but he had no time to do so, so he was committed to taking the jump. And just try to back away from the jump and the landing, and none of those two options are viable in the grand scheme of things. So there we go. That is Sander Thiel Grombeck. Next competitor up is Sebastian Bergsodden from Norway. For those of you that have just tuned in, wherever you happen to be around the world, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. U17 boys. Yeah, nice speed, nice push into the jump there. Coming off the handle a little bit early. An indication of how hard he was pushing. 28.3 meters on the opener. 28.6, I should say. Here comes Sander Thiel, actually Sebastian Bergsodden from Norway. A little unsteady on the landings, but the actual flight itself looked pretty self-assured. So a better looking jump there, 31.6 meters. All right then, we've got 31.6 meters on the books now for Sebastian Bergsodden. Oh yeah, coming in with a lot of speed, and the landing was a lot better this time around. He came into the landing with a lot more speed, and just as a reminder that the top two competitors out of this series will have immediate passages through to the next round, because we have got a 12 skier final lined up for Sunday. A 12 skier final, and our next group of jumpers in Series 1, there are only 10 of them, so whomever is in the lead and in the runner-up spot out of Series 2 will be able to be in the jump final. So I believe that last jump, if I'm not mistaken, is 31.6. Exactly the same distance as the previous jump. Okay, so next skier on the water, he is out there right now. This is James Cosgrove. So a whole band of supporters here, waving the Union flag. Some call it the Union Jack, but it's actually mistaken. You'd only call it the Union Jack if it was mounted on a maritime vessel. Any other application is the Union flag. Here we go. James Cosgrove. 51K, letter N. Oh, nice. Again, getting really deep off the turn and keeping a good edge, and able to just snap that jump away. 31.2, 31.2. Now we're only a jumper away from establishing the target necessary for for jumpers to exceed in order to make it through to the jump final. He's on the threshold of that right now. Currently in the lead is Philippos Silvestris with 34.3. Then Sebastian Bergsoden with 31.6, and marginally behind with 31.2 is James Cosgrove. Little better. Got the speed, got the lift, got the combination. James Cosgrove. All right, the distance coming through, it is 32.2. So 32.2. Now he's going to be looking for something along the range of about 2.2 meters. Looking for an additional 2.2 meters to put his nose in front of Philippos Silvestrius. Here he comes, jump number 3. What has he got? Yeah, a little bit more speed there. James Cosgrove skiing over at Gosfield Lake. Has jumped 34.1 in the past. Would essentially need a new personal best in order to advance. And the jump distance is going to be known. It is going to be a 34.8. 34.8. It's a new PB there for him. So there we go. That is James Cosgrove with 34.8 meters. Needed about 0.2 of a meter, 2.2 of a meter on top of 32.2. And now he is in the lead, and that is now the target distance. That is the distance that our remaining jumpers have to exceed at the very least in order to make it through to the next round of the competition. So now we've got from Germany, Nathan Bottcher. So we're in bib 87. This is Nathan Bottcher. Oh, look at that. The height was pretty good. but his airform may have needed some improvement there to take full advantage of that jump. One of his better scores coming into this event was a 35-meter jump, and would need something like that to make it through to the jump-in final. But so far so good here. It is 33.3 meters, or 109 feet, 33.3. So he's got 2 more jumps to try and turn this situation around in his favor. Needing to jump about 1.6 more meters to take the lead away from James Cosgrove. Here he comes. A little bit better placed over his skis, and taking it in a whole bunch of speed there. Was able to fully control the momentum and his position over those skis. The distance, this is going to be tight, folks, and I'll tell you why in a moment. 34.8 meters, exactly the same jump distance as James Cosgrove. So if that jump distance were not to be exceeded by Nathan Botcher with the remaining jump, then we have a 2-way jump off possibly between Nathan Botcher and James Cosgrove. Oh, and Nathan Botcher there coming into shore. We'll get the jump distance in a moment. Okay, so Nathan Botcher on his best jump prior to that one was 34.8, which is exactly the same jump distance as James Cosgrove. Now, there is the possibility of a 2-skier jump off. If this distance coming through, it's 35 meters, just barely sneaking by James Cosgrove. So the distance there is enough to see Nathan Botcher through to the next round as the leader with the right amount of skiers available. So 34.8 meters is still the breakthrough distance. And if anyone jumps less than that, then James Cosgrove advances through. So now, having admitted one jumper through to the next round of the competition by taking the lead with 2 competitors within 2 competitors of ending the Series 2 jump, we'll now bring on our next competitor. Wearing bib 117, it's Isaac Donestall, and the target is still the same. He needs to jump 34.8 meters or more to put him through to the next round. If he jumps 34.8, and he will tie with James Cosgrove with that jump distance, then there is still that potential of a two-ski jump-off, not between James Cosgrove or Nathan Botcher, granted, but between James Cosgrove and Isaac Donistal, under the assumption that Isaac Donistal is an absolute genius and can land directly on top of 34.8 at will. All right there, so with Isaac Donistal getting the support of his Swedish fans, and you're looking at Melitine Morel on her way to the local medical facility to get checked out, and we'll see if she's available to compete in the finals tomorrow. But a sad way to leave a facility, I know. So 36 meters for Isaac Donistal. 36 meters. That means that he is the leader. He is through. And whoever's in runner-up spot with 10 skiers remaining, he is through as well. We take 12 skiers through to the jump final. All right, here we go, coming on in. And taking a bit of a vicious fall upon the landing there, so will not be receiving a score on the basis of that jump. But he should be knowledgeable in the fact that that he has made it through to the jump final, so he doesn't need to take any unforced risks out there. Yeah, came into landing there and pulled the handle up and bringing his the top half of his body all the way through. So Isaac Donistal is in the lead, and he has a pathway through to the 12 skier jump final. We have 10 skiers to go after the conclusion of Isaac Donistal's effort. He's got one more jump to take. Okay, just to get you up to speed so far as the U17 boys overall is concerned, out of the eligible skiers who have completed all three events, Philippos Silvestrius on 21.23, James Cosgrove on 21.15. So there is about an 8-point differential between those two competitors. Nathan Botcher in third spot right now, of a further 300 points back, and then you've got Sebastian Bergschoden in fourth place overall, and Sander Thiel Grombeck in fifth. But that list of names, with the addition of some more, are going to change. Oh, and a lovely looking jump there. The speed, the great combination of speed and kick that was there in great evidence for Isaac Donestol. So 37.5. So 37.5 meters. Looks like the wind is kicking up a little bit, and that could be a little bit problematic for a few of our jumpers that may not like the tailwind so much, which is essentially all of them. So Isaac Donestol, the current leader out of Series 2. Nathan Botcher with his runner-up spot so far in this competition is good enough for both of those competitors to make it through to the next round of the competition. The breakthrough score, the bubble score, is 34.8. And the ramp is going to be raised from 5 foot to 5.5 feet, from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters. Isaac Donestol, your leader right now with 37.5 meters. Then Nathan Botcher, James Cosgrove, Philippos Silvestrius, Sebastian Bergschoden, Mathaus Raftopoulos, and Sander Thiel Grombeck. When we return, we'll have the continuation of the jump event next. So, as we continue on, here's the start list. Ettore Serafrica will be the lead-off jumper, followed by Fyodor Ivano, Lars Kuhner, Leonard Martinov, Aurel Garcia, Charlie Fern, Harley Acosta, Mikhailovchenko, Yanis Kosafanos, and Ivan Zeletsov. So let's bring you some jumping, shall we, in the Series 1. Needing a jump of more than 34.8 to qualify to ski in the final. Ettore Serafrica, and I think he might have done it on jump number 1. Don't forget, these jumpers are jumping at 1.65 meter ramp height. Every other jumper that you've seen, with the exception of one, has been on the 5 foot high ramp. The 5 foot high ramp being 1.50 meters. And there we go. That is 37.3, 37.3. So, Ettore, South Africa. Wind starting to kick in a little bit here. It's going to make life for our jumpers a little bit more challenging if it hasn't already been so far in this competition. The IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Ettore, South Africa. Didn't like that approach, and he actually specifically requested a letter change from the previous one to letter O. So he's already through to the next round of the competition. No worries about that. Okay, so Ettore, South Africa has gone from N to O, and is now going from O to N. Oh yeah, beauty of a jump there. Going everything together with that one. So Ettore making a strong impact out there in the jump event, jumping 37.3. That puts him right now in the lead. Actually puts him in second place by 0.2 of a meter away from the lead. So 36.8 meters on that very final jump there from Ettore, South Africa. Next competitor up, representing Belarus, is Faidar Ivanu. Faidar Ivanu. So here comes Fyodor. Setting up himself up well here with the 3/4 cut. Not looking for anything too adventurous on letter M. All right. Almost getting a little bit trapped on the jump there, but managing to hold it off and continue on. It is a very, very hefty tailwind for our jumpers, a tail cross, which is almost the worst kind because it robs you of your lift and also puts you in a bit of a tricky situation with slack line as well. Distance should be coming through momentarily, though from what I understand from the officials, it may take a little bit of time. That's Fyodor Ivanu. So just waiting on the green light from our officials before we proceed on. Fyodor Ivanov, or Ivanu I should say. Okay, so 40.5 on the first jump. That's enough to see him through as well. So the first two competitors in Series 1 jumps have been placed into the jump final, which will take place on Sunday afternoon, right here at the site on Stratos Lake, the home of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. This is their national training site in Agrinio in Greece. So first jump distance, enough to see him through. Second jump distance, we should be able to find out on the basis of this attempt right here. Oh, quick turn here. Oh, and all over the show coming off the jump there and dropping the handle for good reason. So Fyodor Ivanov there. Whoa, and very, very close to biting the dust there off the top left-hand corner of the ramp. Probably giving us a better than average indication that he was quite early coming into the vicinity of the ramp. We'll see if he can make some adjustments to his timing. It might just come down to making a minute adjustment as to how quickly or how slowly he turns, so he doesn't therefore spike the switch. Now he's got to stay light on the line as quickly as possible, as long as possible. Here he comes. The effort's certainly there. The distance should be there as well. Last jump distance, 42.3. So with 42.3, that should be enough to move him up the ladder. It moves him up into first spot. With a 42.3, that knocks down Isaac Donestall, whose jump of 37.5 meters was enough to see him qualify through to the next round of jumps. Denitori, South Africa, Nathan Botcher, they're all through. And James Cosgrove kind of waiting in the wings to see if there's any hope at all that he would make it through to the next round. We've got them 4 through so far. 8 jumpers, 8 scores remain, and the first of those is going to be from Lars Kuhner from Germany. Okay, here he comes. This is Lars Kuhner. Sets himself up well for the ramp there a little early. That's why it took him a relatively long time for him to get off the second wake and hit the ramp surface. So 34.3. So 34.3 for Lars Kuhner. That puts him about half a meter shy of what he needs in order to advance through to the next round. If he comes up short, then that lets in James Cosgrove through, and Lars then becomes the bubble target score. Here comes Lars Kuhner. Turns away from the boat and now tightens up that line. A nice looking jump, but I wonder about the distance. Certainly came in with a lot more speed and a lot more determination, realizing that that he's not quite at the finishing gate right now. So looking at this again, 37.6 meters. He's achieved the distance, 36.6 meters. So that makes him the 5th skier to make it through into the next round of the competition, leaving 7 scores to be revealed. Okay, one last attempt here for Lars Kuhne to try and move himself up the rankings, try and move himself up in the seeding order in the jumping finals. And Lars Kuhne, I'm sure that this little performance will please his coach over in northern Italy up to no end. Matteo Luzzeri, I'm sure, is watching this coverage, and he'll probably be sending a message shortly telling us about Lars Kuhne and the other students in his stable. 39.2 for Lars Kuhne. And now we bring on our next competitor coming to us out of Ukraine. It'll be Leonard Martinov. All right, jumper on the water now from Ukraine. This is Leonard Martinov. So Leonard Martinov, son of the main benefactor of the training facility of Sentosa in Dnipro in Ukraine. Here comes Leonard Martinov. 51K, letter Z, voted split. A nice solid jump there to plug a score into the team total, making sure that everyone is present and accounted for in that realm. The team competition. Currently, Ukraine, the overnight leaders from yesterday, ahead of Belarus. Looking at this jump again, a good solid edge and good extension off the top. So now working off a distance of 29.7 meters. He has 2 jumps remaining, and he's got to get at least 34.9 meters, essentially a 35-meter jump, in order to advance. And he's going to try and do it off a 3/4 cut. A decent jump, but I'm not sure whether he's gotten the distance. Wearing that bib of 126, that is Leonard Martinoff. Okay, so here's the distance coming through. It is 36.1. 36.1. He has gotten the effort necessary to make it through to the boys' jump final in the U17 contest. So we got half of our complement of 12 skiers earmarked for final round championship action. Nathan Botcher, Isaac Donestall, Ittori Serafrica, Fyodor Ivanov, Lars Kuna, and more recently Leonard Martinoff. So does he have anything left to expend here? Here he comes. So he's skiing as close to the shore as he can. He drops the handle. Or maybe not. All right then, so moving on from Leonard Martinoff, who jumped 36.8 meters. We now bring on our next competitor, Aurel Garcia. Okay, so our French tricolor is flying for Aurel Garcia. So Aurel Garcia now has got that target in front of him, 34.8, anything more than that. And he will be in the final round of competition, anything less. And James Cosgrove would be in that final number. Aurel Garcia, a dynamic competitor. Oh, and he's deciding to pass. Now that is the other way that you can safely and legally pass. We've seen the pass that allows the skier to go around the bottom left-hand corner of the jump. That's one way. That was another right there. Staying on the right-hand side of the nearest wake. And we saw a little bit earlier on today two ways that you shouldn't pass up a jump there, and that resulted in disqualification for both competitors concerned. So if you wanted a live safety clinic today, well, you got one. So the wind is kicking up something furious right now, and it is really forcing some change in strategy among our competitors towards the end of this list, including Ariel Garcia. Oh, and almost a flattening off just to hit the ramp there. We'll see how close he was to the top left-hand corner of the ramp, or even whether he got close enough to the left-hand side. We're looking at this distance. It is 38.5 meters. There you see how early he was. How on earth he was able to jump 38.5 meters with that is incredible to me. Now, we saw some early jumps a little bit earlier on in the competition, where one competitor almost went completely off the left-hand side. But that was about the next closest in terms of earliness. Here he comes, Ariel Garcia. On 38.5 meters, he's qualified to be in the jump final. Here he comes. Oh, and that one was early as well. Even earlier. Just passing up on that jump there, but I'm sure that he's grateful of the jump that he took of 38.5 meters. So we'll have a look at this one last time with the instant replay, and we'll. This is the best view that we've got in terms of looking at how early. Look. I'm sure that it's that the timing is going to need to be reworked somehow. All right then, so our next skier on the water is Charlie Fern, the first of two British skiers back-to-back. All right then, here we go. This is Charlie Fern. on letter T for Titan. And a jump that was almost exclusively created through speed there. That was Charlie Fern. If it's anything more than 34.8, it's a done deal. He's through to the next round. And it is a jump of 41.5. 41.5. That's a done deal there for Charlie Fern. So Charlie Fern with 41.5 meters. Now, here's the rub. Here is the rub. He's got 2 more jumps to come. The conditions are less than ideal. Does he go for the big distance and be one of the top seeded skiers to finish towards the end of the roster off the dock? Or does he take what he's got and go home with that? Well, that would be a halfway response right there. So Charlie Fern, speedball in that attempt there. It was considerably later. Might even have a little bit more room to push even harder. Coming into the ramp there with Franz Oberleitner at the helm of that Nautica towboat. So Charlie Fern it is. He's got 1 more attempt. Does he play this safe? Audition how late he could potentially go? Take a pass, ski into the shore? Or does he go later with the full-on intention of actually taking the jump? He'll make that decision almost right at the very end of the turn towards the jump. Here he comes. This is Charlie Fern. Turns. Decision time. He takes it. Stands up. Establishes skiing position. They accept the jump. And he skis back into the dock without too many worries at all. That is Charlie Fern. Distance coming through. It should be a little bit further. Indeed it is. It's 44.9. 44.9 for Charlie Fern, which is the equivalent of 147 feet in old money. So 44.9, drop in the handle, skiing all the way to the dock with bib 77. And look at this from his perspective. How late was he? He didn't have an awful lot of room to take a pass. Oh my word. Oh my word. It's a fast third segment. Fast third segment. He cannot keep that jump. So fast third segment. The first jump that he produced was enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. So there we go. That is a fast third segment, and it is quite common for those to happen, especially the later that you that you go. Okay. All right then, folks. So Charlie Fern will get a re-ride on jump number 3. Now, the reason why that third segment became fast was quite simple, really, because once he landed the jump and he established skiing position, all he wanted to do was to drop the handle and ski into the dock. If it had kept on to the handle for a little bit longer, then that would have registered a more complete, faster, a more complete or more normalized third segment. So basically, the reason why he got the fast third segment and thus needing to take the re-jump is because he let go of the handle too early coming into shore. So, a lesson for later, and later is now. So Charlie Fern, his equipment is back on, getting some squeegee in there, and those bindings are incredibly tight. And a big shout out to our good friend Brandon Waters for supplying those wraps for his bindings. There's certainly a hard to obtain piece of equipment for this level of jumping, and those things can be incredibly tight. I mean, once you get your foot in them, you've only got about somewhere between 5 and 6 minutes of comfort in those bindings before your feet go numb. And having numb feet is not a pleasant experience. I can tell you that through experience. All right there, so Charlie Fern. Now, he has got a re-ride on jump number 3. His 41.5 meter jump is the only score that he's got. It is enough to see him through to next round, but if it was up to me, I wanted to urge at least a few of those British supporters to get by the starting dock and just basically say no to any, and basically warn off Charlie Fern from getting to the dock too soon. He might as well just take the tight line, follow the boat, ski into the shore, and then everyone's happy. So another provision to this re-ride is that he can actually improve. So he might have earned himself a little bit of an extra jump here by skiing into the dock earlier than he should have. Here he comes, letter T, 51K. Here he comes. Hold on to the handle. And there you go, skiing into the shore. A little later this time. Paddling into the shore, we'll get the jump distance. And the jump distance has been revealed to our good folks here. It is a 43.6. He's still in the lead, but not nearly as much as he would have liked. 43.6, 43.6. So now we're on to the final four. We got Mikolauchenko. We got Yanis Kosathanos. We've got Ivan Zaletsov. But before all of those jumpers, we'll see Harley Costa. They're going to put a little bit of fuel in the boat just to wind things up, just for dramatic effect there. Let's put some fuel into the boat. We'll get that going. And when we return, it'll be just in time for Harley Costa's first jump. Next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
All right, they're returning to action here. Our next competitor on the water, our fourth from last off the dock, is going to be Harley Costa. As we get ready for Harley Costa's first jump, let me update you so far as the U17 boys overall competition. Faidar Ivanu with his overall combination score of a 22.12.9. He is marginally in front of Aurel Garcia to the tune of about a 27-point differential between the two. Charlie Fern currently in third place overall with 1972 points in his back pocket. About a 200-point differential between the two, between himself and Aurel Garcia. But let's have a look and see what chart that what Harley Costa has in store for us. Jump number 1. And if that's more than 34.8, we await the distance. It should be enough. But he has 2 more jumps remaining. Harley Costa. Taking a look here and rocking a little bit forwards and backwards, but coming off the second wake into the jump there. And that brings us a distance of a little over 41 meters. 41.3 to be exact. So Harley Costa comes on in with a jump number 2. Turning around the 600-foot cup buoy, or 180 meters away from the jump. Does he go later? How much dare he risk? Let's see what he's got. Jump number 2. Pressing up over his skis before he actually started his impact phase on the ramp. This jump should be longer. Should be about a 45-meter jump there from him. Indeed, that jump is further. The question is by how much. It's going to be 47.2. 47.2. That qualifies him through to the next round of the competition, even the first one. So Harley Costa joining Charlie Fern and Aurel Garcia and Leonard Martinov and Lars Kuhner and Faidar Ivano and Ettore Serafrica and Isaac Donestall and Nathan Botcher. The skier that's on the outside looking in is James Cosgrove right now with a 34.8 meters. That is the breakthrough. That's the bubble distance. Here comes Harley Costa on letter W. Boat speed of 51. Let's see him drive on through. There we go. Trying to push closer to the 50-meter mark. For those of you that are wondering what 50 meters is in the United States and beyond, it's about 164 feet. He comes up a little bit short on that mark, though. So that jump of 48.9 is good enough for the lead. Harley Costa. What does that do so far as his overall position is concerned? We're going to see about getting that updated for you. That should vault him up in the overall rankings. landing up alongside of the towboat, and that jump of 48.9 is good, and it secures himself a spot through to the next round of the competition, which is the finals on Sunday. Okay, so now we come down to our next competitor. We've 3 competitors left. Okay, so as Mikhailchenko heads out, representing Ukraine, Harley Costa in the lead in the overall competition by just a little over 400 overall points, ahead of Aurel Garcia and ahead of Faidar Ivanu. But with these last 3 competitors, watch that change dramatically, depending upon the distance that each throws out into the ether. 9 more jumps to come before we end off the Elimination Round Series. Every other tournament action beyond this point is a final for the respective championship. Here comes, oh, look at this turn from Mikhailchenko! Coming in with a lot of speed and just managing to get those jump skis turned around on time. Spiking the switch really, really early here. And that is a 46-meter jump there. That's enough to secure his future participation in this event. So Mikhailchenko with 46 meters currently in second spot behind Harley Costa. Mikhailchenko, he has now taken control of the overall situation and has now gotten about a 265-point advantage ahead of Harley Costa right now. Let's have a look and see what Mikhailchenko... Oh, look at this. Almost buries the skis off the turn. Oh, yeah! That jump is close to 50 meters. I can smell it. So, Mikhailchenko, that jump distance, I suspect that could be very, very close to 50 meters. It's close. It's within about 2.8 meters. 47.2, 47.2. He certainly had a lot. He certainly had a lot to give on that jump there. 47.2. So just 2.8 meters shy of the magical 50-meter mark. That is almost the holy grail of jumping at this level. And because he jumped that increased distance, he moves his his overall point total even further ahead of Harley Costa. Here he comes, a softer turn. Doesn't spike the switch nearly as much, and he reaps the benefits out of that. He enjoys the heck out of that jump there, and Mikhailichenko experiencing what it's like to jump on cable, which entails the skier landing, dropping the rope, and swimming in. The distance, oh my word, the distance is just come through. And ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to believe this. It's either glass half empty or half full, because he just jumped 49.5 meters, 49.5. He's taken the lead. He's through to the next round of the competition. But the other way you can look at this is of course, within half a meter of 50 meters. How close? Well, with better conditions maybe forecast for Sunday, he may well have an opportunity to jump over 50 meters, but we're just going to have to wait and see on that one. This is Mikhailichenko. Last replay here as he snaps his knees back and just flies in for the landing there, and he knew that that was longer. Mikhailichenko. All right, then, now we're on to our penultimate athlete, the current IWWF World U17 Boys Jump Champion. This is Yannis Kosafanos. Let's see how he goes about this. He knows the conditions. He's a well-practiced athlete here. Knows every nook and cranny of this facility, and he knows how to maximize his experience out there right here in Agrinio, the home site of the Hellenic Waterski Federation. It is their national training site. Here he comes, Yannis Kosafanos. Oh, spiked the switch seriously hard and got in a little bit too early, too deep off the turn. As soon as those skis started to submerge, you knew what was coming up next. You knew that those skis had to complete the turn for him to stay upright. But in the entire process of that happening, it disrupted the switch and sent him careening into the jump there with no hope of taking the jump. So he had to take a pass on jump number one. So now he's down to 2 remaining attempts. Let's see what becomes of them. There's still that target score of a 34.8. It may not be of much in terms of significance in relation to some of the jumps that we've seen more recently performed, but that is the target score that is set by James Cosgrove. That is the bubble score. Anything more than 34.8 qualifies. Anything less than 34.8 denies. So Yannis Kosafanos takes the turn, takes the whip. This is a skier who knows this site inside and out. Yannis Kosafanos. He's out wide. He's trying to stay loose on that line. There you go. That's the turn. That's the approach. That's the jump. And that's his path all the way through to the boys' jumping final. The current IWWF World Champion in this event is Yannis Kosafanos. And there's his coach, Tanguy Bene, trying to communicate with his skier. 48.7, 48.7. So he is through to the next round of the competition. Hit the switch around about that point just before the first wake. And then using that to slingshot him into the jump there. And there was the jump that he needed to continue on. Just asking him to bring the cut down just a little bit later. Certainly not any later compared to the 180-meter cut buoy. Ah, look at that! Deep impact! Yeah, there you go. That's what a world champion can do. Coming to you and representing the Hellenic Republic of Greece, that is Yannis Kosophanos. Okay, this is another one of those situations where it's glass half full or glass half empty, because he has taken the lead. He is through to the next round, but by getting that close to 49.9, you just kind of wonder whether he left something back there that prevented him from jumping over the 50-meter barrier. Maybe a little bit back on the skis. Maybe a little bit stretched out between the second wake and the bottom. Maybe there was something else among the elements that go into this type of jumping. All of them, or maybe even just one or two, could be a little ways off. All right, then, an update on the overall. Mikhailovchenko still in the lead. Still in the lead in the overall competition. But his lead is about 280 points now ahead of Yannis Kosophanos, with Harley Costa being relegated down to third, Aurel Garcia in fourth, and Fyodor Ivanu in fifth. One competitor on the water, ready to go. He is the last jumper in the Elimination Round Series, and it is Ivan Zletsov. So a lot of implications here, not the least of which is to qualify through to the next round, the final. That's the easy part. The next part is getting jumps far enough to maybe get into the overall battle among the top four. Plus, there is the team title consideration to be made, of course. Here he comes. This is Ivan Zletsov coming on in. Jump number one. Ah, yes. Wonderful. Oh, no! Oh, no! And he disintegrates upon the landing. There's a lot to be said for being complacent. So Ivan Zletsov lands a jump that would have taken him through to the next round of the competition easily. But you have to ride it out. And you will see this with jump number one. Just comes in tight on the landing there, and the left ski started to wave and to wander, and he had to let go. Whoa! And he would have been trapped in the handle, And that could have resulted in a huge, huge injury that he might not have been able to recuperate from. Ivan Zaletsov of Ukraine, a member of their three-person IWWF World Championship team winners. Ivan Zaletsov was part of that three-person team that took down many of the world powers at the U17 World Water Ski Championships in Argentina, took down Canada, took down the United States, took down France, took down Italy, took down Great Britain, took down about a dozen other nations. And here he comes, Ivan Zaletsov on letter Y. Why? Because he's gotta come on in. Setting the boat 2 feet wide. Does he get out? Get up, get up, get up. Oh no! Drama! Oh my word, he's taken 2 jumps. He has got nothing to show for it. And now it comes down to the final jump. James Cosgrove could well sneak his way into the jump final unless Ivan Zaletsov lands a jump in excess of 34.8 meters. Ivan Zaletsov. This could have... Everything is on the line here. Team title, overall title, participation in the men's jump final. Remember that there is a huge, huge tailwind in play here. You could see that clearly here. You can also see how our lady decided to take this jump here. Bear in mind that the Ivan Zaletsov elects to have that boat running at +2, which is the new expression to indicate 2 feet wide. The Vuvuzelas are out there, they are loud, and Ivan Zaletsov tried to stay with the line. He can't believe it. This is the drama. Who could prevail in this drama-driven event? The end of Fly Day Friday. The last jump. Ivan Zaletsov. Does he decide to take this easier? Here comes Ivan Zaletsov. Turns, drives it on home. Lands, get up, get up, get up, get up. And he lands! He lands and rides out, but how much of a throttle pull was invoked to make that happen? There's a lot of screaming, there's a lot of shouting, there's a lot of finger pointing, there's all kinds of things going on here. The jump distance itself is 50.4. Under drama-driven circumstances, he manages to prevail. 50.4. That might just have rescued Ukraine from potential disaster in the team competition. It has certainly rescued Ivan Zaletsov's prospects of taking the boys' jumping crown in the U17s. It has also kept him very much in play so far as the overall is concerned. And I'll give you an update on that overall in just a moment, but just take a look at this. Wow. So, Ivan Zaletsov. All right. As he skied in towards the dock, as we have a look at the instant replay here. Huge tailwind, but he's still able to get over 50 meters with this jump distance. It was that close. So Ivan Zaletsov getting hugs and congratulations all over the show. Okay, so here we've got an instant replay of the boat driver of Franz Oberleitner. And there you go. Relief abounds almost everywhere upon this site. Probably the only person that doesn't feel the same way as James Cosgrove right now has just been eliminated from the boys' jump final with his jump distance of 34.8. Looking at the instant replay, and that is Maria Popova realizing the implications of what has just happened and keeping the team title very much in play. So, let's talk about boys overall. Mikhailovchenko with 29.51. Ivan Zaletsov currently in second spot by quite a few points away. Ivan Ioannis Kosophanos in third with about a 33-point differential between second and third. And Harley Costa currently in fourth place overall, but still very much in touch. Wow. What is there more to say as we round off the elimination round series? There is the hugs there from Ioannis Kosophanos. And there was Ivan Zaletsov, who escapes from jail with a 50.4. Ioannis Kosophanos in second with 49.9. Mikhailovchenko 49.5 meters. Harley Costa fourth. Charlie Fern fifth. Then from sixth place down to 12 is Ivanu, Kuna, Garcia, Donestal, Serafrica, Martinov, and Boccia. So, we are done. The next action that you'll see live from here, starting tomorrow, will be our final round. We'll give you the time to tune in early enough for tomorrow morning. It should be an absolute humdinger. So, on the behalf of myself, TWBC, and everyone here who has a stake in ensuring the successful running of these championships, my name is Tony Lightfoot. And until tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m., it's good night and ciao for now.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!